Song isn't on my playlist. This song's kind of banging. Oh, maybe we'll do a little cam action today. I got my, look at this. I got a little thing for my desk now that my mouse can go on and charge, so I don't have to swap. All I gotta do is just remember to boop, pop it right on there. How you guys doing today? So now I don't have to unplug my camera to charge my mouse anymore, because I only had one USB-C cable. Yeah, I saw the Alchemy Stone changes. Anlave. What is with this participation mentality? Why can we not have items that are just... more... You know what? That doesn't even matter. Why delay the system for 6 months? Give us the impression you're going to do something interesting, to do nothing but just make it chronable and add time-gated stones, and then delay it longer. To do something I'm on the fence about. There's good things and bad things about it. Talking about. Maybe I just don't have food in it. Oh? Are you back at the office yet, Enlave? Am I talking to civilian Lave, or, It just, you guys had 6 months, man. I also, like... I want there to be hard items in this game that that are challenging even for me to get. I don't think we need to make systems that everybody can access. Or not everybody can access, everybody can accomplish. I know. It makes me wonder why. If they're just going to make everything easily accessible, then why? Why do I play as much as I do? It makes me, like, every single change just makes me want to play the game less. Because I loved, when I first started playing this game, I loved that there was a limitless amount of things to work on. Even the sweatiest sweatlords wouldn't dream of finishing everything. And now it's just artificial time gates. Wait, like, none of this stuff is expensive. These armors to deck, I have enough silver for all of that. And I'm sure with these Alchemy Stone changes, I could probably quit playing today, get the Alchemy Stone to shine, and get all my armors to deck. And I don't have to play a single another minute. But why does the game have to be that way? Why does it have to be like, okay, everybody can do this. We're gonna make sure everybody can do this. Just this participation award mentality, it bothers me so fucking much. No. Just because you put a time gate on it, that doesn't mean that it's all of a sudden hard. Get that out of your head. That's not gonna fly with me. A time gate doesn't make it hard. That's Pearl Abyss artificially extending content so they can force us to run on the wheel slower. Right? That's all it is. Then what's not easy about it? It's accessible to everybody. They dramatically reduce the cost of it. Where's the post? Thought I had it open here. Like you guys are allergic to challenging content. Here it is. So the average cost per click is going from 16 down to 3.3. That's less than a quarter. Okay, well, that's my point. Thank you. Thank you. That's my point. Why do we have to make systems that are accessible to everybody? I was excited about something that, minus the time gate, but that's whatever. I was excited about something that, okay, this actually is some fucking effort. It was so much effort that if you guys would have implemented it without the time gate, there was a good chance I blew every single dime I have. Every single dime I have and not get it. I was kind of excited about that because that adds value to my time in the game. But now it's like I already have enough silver for it. That's nice. Now it's just waiting for weekly stones again, just like with the armors. I don't have any like 50, what was it? 55 billion silver every 5 days. I would have to make sure I keep up if I didn't want to see my stockpile deplete. Like, why do we have to make it so it's just available to everyone? I mean, it's not everyone gets a shining. I mean, it's if it's going from like what was the average 12 trillion silver, if it's going down to 3 trillion silver, that's still quite a bit of silver, but that's not challenging anymore. Not with how much money we're making in game. The crazy thing is, I personally think that this makes it more accessible to whales. I was excited about something that was like even a whale would look at that and then they would do the math of like the ticket costs and they'd be like, "Ooh, I don't know if I want to spend that much." But now it's become more affordable for whales. And I think that's probably the real motivation. They're like, "Oh, maybe this is too expensive. Whales might not want to do this. So, let's make it a little more affordable for them so they can actually see the light at the end of the tunnel." Because you think about it, right? This is where the biggest difference is. You take a look at the daily costs. If it was 55 billion silver every 5 days, right? Here, 1 second. Let me take a look at the proportionality of this. Um, so it's 27%, 27.5% the original cost. So if we do 11 billion times 0.275, that means now you only have to grind. You went from having to grind approximately 3 to 4 hours a day in order to maintain your weekly clicks to now you only have to grind 3 bill. So you only have to grind 1 hour, 1 hour to sustain the clicks. That makes it way easier. It's not even it's a completely different order of magnitude. No, I don't know that isn't the reason anymore, Enlave. I don't know this isn't the reason anymore. With all of the decisions, and I know it's not you, I'm just venting. With all of the decisions PA's been making, I don't know anymore. I used to advocate vehemently on how good you guys were at making sure that the barrier of entry in terms of paywall was so low. You made like so much more accessibility to pets. You there's other systems too. I'm just too fucking angry to think about them right now. But there was so many things that I felt like I could defend you guys about. And with all of the decisions in the last year, it's just all thrown out the window. I don't see you guys as not a greedy company anymore. And it's frustrating me because I want to defend you guys. I fucking love this game. So yeah, these days everything I look at it through a lens of how are they monetizing this? What is the marketing that's going on? Because you're clearly trying to prey on whales. There's no doubt about it. You guys are those big boats in the ocean hunting whales, and you're trying to slow bleed them. It's mind games with them. I see it. You guys are playing mind games with them. You're trying not to implement any systems that they will look at and realize, oh, this will kill my bank account. But instead, you're time gating stuff and you're slow bleeding them. Doesn't matter if you remove crons. Silver is the same as crons. This argument works both ways. I used to defend you guys by saying, I don't know why everybody's so upset about crons. Crons are just an extension of silver. At any point, you can go get silver and you can buy crons, or vice versa, right? Or for whales, vice versa. They're interchangeable with each other. As much as I use it to defend you, I can't use silver and be like, oh, well, it's not a whale thing because it's silver. Guess what? It's gonna buy silver with money and they're interchangeable. What are we talking about here? Enlave, come on, I'm not an idiot. I was saying that whales can buy silver. It's not like whales can only buy crons. They can buy silver too. Now, sidebar. Little benefit. It's obviously well here, let me adjust this. Actually, it seems like my microphone's cranked the fuck up right now. Maybe this is a little bit better. One second. I got Enlave yapping on my side monitor. Now, ever since they added unsellable items, it's removed. So ever since they added the unsellable items, it's removed this symbiotic relationship between the whales and the free-to-play players that I used to advocate for tremendously. I thought it was something Perlibis did well because the whales can use their real money in order to convert it to in-game cash, but that in-game cash had to be provided by a player playing, and a player playing would then have to buy the costume, which extended the effort of the in-game player, the free-to-play player, right? They would get more value out of their in-game time. So there was a symbiotic relationship between both players. And ever since they added items that couldn't be sellable, we've dramatically lost that. This is one of the reasons why I've been feeling like you guys have forgot about the free-to-play player because of that. Now, this does bring that back a bit, since it is just a silver and not crons. Whales, if they want that silver, they will have to sell costumes to the free-to-play players. So it does swing the pendulum a little back in that way. But let's not pretend like this isn't something that affects the whales, though, right? Obviously, like trying to pretend like because it's silver that it's not a whaleable item now. Okay, fine. Make it so you can't sell anything on the marketplace. You can only buy crons with money. Then that statement is true. Then if it costs silver, they have to get in and grind. But silver is I've always used this as a defense for you guys that silver and crons are just the exact same thing, right? They're interchangeable things. At any point, you go to the blacksmith and you buy crons. It would be no different than them just making it instead of their crons on the vendor. You just go and you open your enhancement window and it has a silver value instead. There's no difference. There's just a layer of separation. It's all marketing, like fucking with your mind, side tactics, if you want to call it that. Um, But to try to pretend now like the reverse is true, like oh we made it silver, like it's the exact opposite argument the community makes, and it completely. Oh yeah, And you know what's funny? It it doesn't change a thing, whether it's Kron or silver. What does change it is you guys have made it so much cheaper. Why? Once again, back to my other argument. Why do we have to add systems that are accessible to everybody? Why can't we add stuff to the game that even the Zethians of the game are like, even the choices of the game are like, fuck, this is actually something that's going to be a challenge. Maybe I won't do this, or this is going to take a lot of fucking work to get done. Why can't we have stuff like that in the game? Stuff like that is exciting. It's meaningful. It's something hard for me to work on. It gives me value for my grind, or it makes my grind feel as if it has value because I got something to work towards. And then it's also a flex item for those who get to show it off, or those who are lucky enough to have shown get to show it off. My chat isn't as dented as bicep today, probably because I'm dented enough for all of them. No, 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 no. I don't think you understand what a rhetorical question is. I obviously know. I'm not being dishonest. There's these things called rhetorical questions. It's a question that you ask to make the person think, not because you want them to open their mouth. Only because of the time gate, Enleaf. Only because of the time gate. Remove that time gate out of the equation, and all of a sudden, no. I mean, still 1%, but it's still something that's just like, it's so cheap. It's not something that's challenging to the. I don't think you understand how sweaty the sweat lords are in your game. We want something that's challenging. Okay, tell me what I'm being. See ya. How about you just participate in the conversation instead of telling people how they feel? Move on, fella. Won't anyone think about the sweat lords? Hey, they used to. That's what made me fall in love with this game. And it's gone. It's fucking gone. It's just time gated slop. Because Pearl Abyss doesn't want to put in regular content for people to work regular progression for people to work on. So instead, they add these artificial barriers, these time gates, to slow you down. They force you to walk through mud. But glow colors, even that isn't even going to be difficult. Like, yes, that's a super cool thing, and I don't want to diminish the value of that. But that is not something that's challenging. Once we don't know how it's going to be implemented, but it's going to be implemented one of two ways. Either they're going to be let you like once you collect a color, you have it forever in like your catalog, and you'll be able to swap freely. And if you guys do that, then once you get a color, you're no longer a demand on it; you're a supply. And we all know that if everybody eventually becomes a supply, those things are going to sit on the market for mid price, unless the grind spots that drop them become obsolete. Then there'll be no supply again. So it depends on those two factors. But now I hope that it's a one-time use, and if you ever want to change your color, you have to go regrind it, even if you decide to switch and then switch back, because then that will add a permanent demand on it. But with like, I don't think you guys will do that. I don't know. It's like you guys want everything to be accessible to everybody. It's like everything's a participation award. It has that participation award mentality. But I don't want a constant flow. I want something we can have that and something that's extremely challenging. It doesn't have to be or, it can be and. That's just something in the short term. It's like, oh, they added it. I'll work on it. I got it. Okay, now I forget about it. I want something like, you know how, like, think of a TV series, Enleif, right? You got a TV series. Every episode has its own little sub story that ties in just for that episode. So the people who aren't watching the whole series, they can sit down and watch that one episode, and there's a little story to follow along. But also, there's a big story that connects all of the episodes together through the season, right? That's what I want. I want all those little stories, every little update, but I also want a big thing to work on too, right? That gets me through to the next thing, right? No, I want continuously things like that, Enleif. Not just something easy. I want something hard. And yes, it will eventually be accomplished, but then you could add more hard things. So there is always something. It's not like, because I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get me to say, yeah, and then you're like, oh, well, how do you make one thing that's always hard to get that you never get? That's not, obviously, you can't do that. No matter how long it's out. Well, no, nothing has ever been like that in BDO. I want you guys to regularly add things. Yeah, no, I just reread it. You can't. I don't know if there's ever been an item in this game that has remained as challenging day 1000, day 2000 as it was day one. There's never been a thing like that. Because of inflation, our grind speeds get faster, people get better at the game, new classes add more power creep, things always get easier. And that's a good thing. But why does it have to be, why can't it be challenging for the 0.1% on day one? And yes, the 0.1%, it's like you guys think that because you add a time gate to it, that all of a sudden it's challenging to the 0.1%. It's like that doesn't make it challenging. And I don't like using the word challenging because just grinding up silver obviously isn't challenging. But adding these time gates don't make things challenging because they stop the 0.1%. They just make everybody significantly more reliant on luck, but it doesn't make you want to grind anymore. It doesn't want to make you want to play harder. I want items that are like motivate me, that like make me want to dive in and grind harder. But the glow is not even like if we're talking orders of magnitude, the glow, unless you know something I don't know, and that thing's going to take 1,000 hours to grind, which I highly doubt. See, I don't think 3 year pity on Shining is insane. Did you go Shining before the update? No, it was completely obnoxious.
Have you ever had a dream?
That's why I said already end. You weren't paying attention. That's why I said I don't like using hard to substitute for grind, but there's not by that metric. There's nothing hard in this game, anyways. So like let's not pretend.
Happy holidays, chat.
That's why I said, and you obviously weren't paying attention. I want something that motivates me to get in and grind. You're hard in this? Okay, there is someone hard in this game. Yeah, you should save the free Garmoth's heart and use it on. There's no shortage of things to use it on, right? You got 3 there that you're gonna need to use it on. But like this system has become from something that like, okay, if I want to sustain my silver and not have to start dipping into my costumes, I'm gonna have to grind like 11 billion silver a day to keep up with the silver demand. To now, okay, it accounts for 1 hour of my grind, and now it's just a login every Thursday, do my clicks, or I guess every 5 days. It's not even a weekly thing, right? Every 5 days, do my clicks. Because the cost is super easy to sustain. It's once again, I was finally starting to feel a little bit motivated to put the pedal to the floor, and it was just taken away. I like challenging things. I'm not like Choice where I want fucking things handed to me. I want to just sit at the same gear level forever. And I'm not saying base it off the 0.1%. Like, you guys keep acting like it's or like one or the other. They can do both. They can do both. You don't realize what you're advocating for is only one. I'm saying do both. Don't act like it takes a massive amount of development time to just make one item that they've already developed and say, oh, we're going to make this one super hard. God, why are you guys so dented? Holy shit. Why does it always have to be so polar? And. The alchemy stone was delayed. Why do you gotta get hard? Because you keep taking a little blue pill. Yeah, and that's okay, Titanium. Why is that not okay to have some things that are for the sweatiest sweat lords? It's not like you guys don't have this endless amount of things to work on. So you'll still work on the things that you work on. So it doesn't change anything for you. Why not have stuff for the sweatiest sweat lords? There can exist things for both people to work on. Who cares if you never get to work on it? What you're telling me is you're just jealous. That's all that tells me is like, they got something they could work on, and now because it's so hard that now I can't work on it. They shouldn't have it. That's what you're fucking doing. That's how it was before, though. That's why I'm bitter already, End, because the game was like that. And it's not like this has been tremendously successful. It's not like you can look at the Steam charts and be like, oh, they've been making everything more accessible. And look at the population of the game. It's skyrocketing. Holy shit, it's working. No, the game does this every fucking year, like a goddamn fucking heartbeat. Nothing's happening. We're on fucking life support. So this shit isn't working. It's not like it's having a tremendously positive effect on the game. No, the free T10 was one of those blips. People did this. Log in, and then they're gone again. Log in. Black Star. T10. Black Star. Jay's Hammer. Let's open these boxes. Yeah, they log in and then they log out. I think you're missing it. You want people to stay in, because if they stay in, the line does this and it keeps doing this. If they stay in, every new person that logs in gets added to the pile. But if they log in and log out, nothing fucking changes. You're just doing this every year. God damn. Why do I even bother having conversations with you guys? It's like you guys are fucking retarded. What the fuck, man? Oh. I'm losing my mind. Let's just fucking grind. I need to do my circles. We're just gonna start grinding. They like to see me mold? Oh, I'm molding. There's mold everywhere.
Yes, yes. Take your anger out on those mobs.
I should have just stuck with talking to Enlave, because I can have a reasonable conversation with him. I don't know why I started talking to the rest of the chat.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Is there any truth to the claims that the game takes forever to do shit? What do you mean by the game? Like, when you're playing the game, it takes you forever to get to the point where you could do shit? Or it takes the developers forever to do shit? What do you mean by the game? Everyone already has a pilot or doing for them? No, that's a cope. That's a normie cope. Everybody who's like, well, everybody more successful than me. There's no way that they are better at the game than me or play more than me. Therefore, they must be cheating. It's such a stupid mentality that people have. Yes, there's some people that cheat, like in every game. Every week, every single week, Pearl Abyss is banning people. They do a notice showing that they're banning people. No. I'm just talking with chat. I made the terrible mistake of talking with chat and Leif. You see Choice on his EU account 24/7? He couldn't possibly be fishing like everybody else, right? Huh. Practically everybody AFK fishes, so they're always on. Ooh, look at all that silver. Yeah, you can AFK fish. You walk away from your PC and your character just keeps reeling in the money. Choice has 2 accounts because when he made his second account, he didn't want it to be tied to his original account. Because if like, for example, if I were to try to log on EU on this account, I can't be logged into NA at the same time because it's the same account. So Choice, when he decided to do his 0 to 700 challenge, he made a second account so he could still be like AFK fishing and stuff on his main account while he was doing his EU challenge. And now the reverse is true, right? Now when he's playing on his main account, he can be AFK fishing on his alt account, on his EU account. Well, let's open up all these. I can't believe in all that grinding, I only got one of these. 10 sharps? Oh, I'm going to need those. I spent too much time touching my face, rubbing my face. My face is itchy now. Yeah. All in all, like, here, I'll wait till Enlave is back, because this is kind of more directed towards him. Fuck, why did I open all that? God damn it, now my inventory's a mess. Okay, back to town. I just don't understand how people can't, with a straight face, see that they are doing exactly what they're accusing me of doing. When I say that I would like some difficult stuff to work on too, they're like, well, they can't cater to the 0.1. It's like, that's not what I'm saying. And by you getting upset that they do add some stuff for the 0.1, you're basically saying that they shouldn't cater to it, that they should only cater to your group. It's like, no, it can be both. They can do things for both groups. And by saying that they shouldn't add anything to the 0.1, you're basically you're doing exactly what you're accusing me of doing when you don't listen.
Have you ever
It's so crazy that people can't see the irony of that statement when they say that shit. I mean, the Alchemy Stone is the newest edition, right? They made it more accessible. I was excited with how expensive it was going to be. And it's still reasonably expensive, but now it's like, for people like me, for like a lot of like the top end now it's just something that's kind of like, eh. 1 hour of grinding now gets dedicated to that. That's it. Well, they should do that too, 100%. I don't like these artificial time gates. Make it an effort gate. I think it's good to have weeklies in the game that give a good baseline for your casual players, right? Because, like, for example, let's do a hypothetical situation here with the Adana armors, right? Imagine they didn't add weeklies to get 5 stones a week. Imagine you could only get 1 stone like every 20 hours of grinding on average, right? 20 to 30 hours. Casual players would never be able to enhance their armors, right? You guys aren't going to be able to come home and, you get 1 or 2 hours in the evening. What is that going to be? Like 2 hours in the... Let's say, generously, a casual player has 2 hours in the evening to play. That's still 10 days. That's almost 2 weeks per click. You're never going to get your armors done. So that's obviously a bad thing, right? You can't have it only effort. So having a good baseline with the weeklies so the casual players have at least something to look forward to every week where they get a good baseline of stones is awesome. Right? But having it can have both, right? They could also say, okay, if you're also willing to log in and grind, then you know what? Maybe you'll get an extra stone or 2 every week, right? They can have both. These things can exist at the same time. Yeah. And that's why weeklies are okay, Bisu. If it was dailies, oh man, I am 1000% people don't want to have to log in every day to do like a chore list of stuff. Once a week is kind of nice because you can do what you want, and every once in a while you're like, oh, I'm kind of waiting around for like a node war or something like that, and you can quickly knock it out, right? That's why I think weeklies are okay as long as it doesn't get overboard. I think the perfect example is Pit of the Undying. How many people did Pit of the Undying when it was a daily? There was so many people who are like, fuck that. I'm not doing that bullshit every single day. But as soon as they made it a weekly, it's like, okay. It feels optional now, right? That was an awesome change to make it a weekly. Because now it feels like, even now, it's still optional. You don't have to do Pit of the Undying, but now you're like, yeah, I kind of feel like doing it. So there is a line, right? Let's melt these things. I'm trying to clear up my inventory. Only had one more. God damn it. No. From what I read here, it says, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the full conversation you were having, Kanjara, but I read here, let me just pull it up on screen. I do this so I can zoom it in. Boom. Okay, so where was it? Okay, here we go. Cause it to level down and destroyed when attempt grows. This was the old system they're talking about, right? This system leveling down and destroying a stone upon the growth attempt was already in place. Therefore, the original plan considering maintaining this alchemy stone in reorganization. However, many people are modifying it in a way that allows them to challenge the pension stone, whichever, I think pension means alchemy. We aim to redefine the unique growth of the alchemy stone, differing from there. Going forward, failure will no longer cause the alchemy stone to decrease or be destroyed. Oh, wait, let me scroll down. Sorry, you couldn't see that. But you do lose the experience of the polishing going into it. Yeah. Which is good. Nobody likes to put in a bunch of work into their gear just to have it go backwards. It's bad enough not getting the upgrade, but back in the day, remember when we were going for pen debos? You would spend like a week grinding for crons, you would do your click, and then you would go backwards in progression. It's terrible. Oh, fuck. At least that's no longer a thing. That's why, like, that made items so much more difficult to get, and it made them more meaningful, but it definitely made the failures, which happen more often than not, so fucking painful. So, like, even though I think the pity system has removed a lot of the magic and difficulty of items, I think overall it's a net gain. It is one of those things where the cause did justify the means, right? The consequence was definitely well worth the way it makes the game feel. I had to stop touching my face because, I mean, ugh. So yeah, the pity system was a great thing. Paints are treasure pity. They are. The paints I think are pretty cool too because the paints are. I actually like the way they added the paints, and I'm kind of sad that I didn't really get to enjoy the paint system currently because I already have the treasure items that are affected by it. But allowing people to grind for a treasure item, and if they're getting really unlucky, to collect these paints and eventually take a break and go grind somewhere else for a while still working on their treasure item, is nice, right? Giving them the ability to take a break every once in a while from that grind. I think it's a very good system. And the system wasn't implemented where the paints are so common that it's just giving everybody the treasure item. That's something that I think Pearl Abyss balanced really well myself. When you're going for your archaeologist map, it's kind of cool too, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you can grind at sulfur while using the Pila paint. And then once you're done with that, you can swap and go to the other and use your sulfur paint, right? You can kind of go back and forth if you're doing at least Dekia version. I think that's pretty cool. And yeah, it keeps the treasure items rewarding. I thought it was a very well implemented system. I already drank almost all my coffee and I haven't even touched a single mob. Yeah. To be fair, you guys, and Enlave, are you back now? I wanted to wait until you were back to state this, because I think this is important. He is back? Well, he might have went away again. I just want to make sure he hasn't typed in a minute. He's in the... I think he's in the office, so he might be, like, back and forth to the PC or whatnot. He's probably... All of my feedback, he's probably putting on little post-its and walking them directly over to Jay's desk. Right? Certainly. Surely. What do I think about the new changes? I'm waiting for Enlave to come back. Because I want to make sure it's clear that maybe I'll start for you guys. No, where is he? Enlave, get back to the... I want you to hear this. Because it's important. Fuck! Now I'm touching my face again. God damn it. What are these ones? Oh, I don't know why I even bothered taking those. Oh, I should actually... There we go. Okay. Oh, fuck. Excuse me. I think you already heard this. My biggest complaint is when they originally delayed this system, I was super excited because I was like, okay, cool. They're going to do something more interesting instead of just making it so you cron it and that's it. I was excited about the initial delay for that reason. And then when they just basically implemented it so you cron it anyways, I was like, come on. And then, like... And now they're delaying it again to finally do something a little more interesting. A little more interesting to it. It's like, why didn't you just do that to begin with? It just shows that the reason for the original delay is because they didn't do shit. It's not like they were working on it and they were trying to cook. They were fucking lazy. It was sitting on a shelf and then last minute they're like, oh yeah, we were supposed to do this. Now we're just going to delay it. Right? It's a little more interesting, little more interesting, because now it brings back a little bit of the symbiotic relationship between whales and free-to-play players. Where if once again, whales don't want to grind, right? And if they want to click it, they're going to have to sell costumes, which you guys get to buy. And I think that's a great thing. I thought when whales needed to buy stuff and sell costumes, it created a nice symbiotic relationship between the free-to-play player and the whale. I thought that was fantastic. And the recent changes of the game have taken that away, right? Where the whales are just swiping on boxes and the boxes are giving them crons, memory fragments, everything they need. And there's nothing really for them to contribute back to you guys. Enlave, now that you're back... I would like to reiterate, I don't hate this new system. I'm just upset about the delay. Because the original delays and stuff, it just feels like it was unnecessary. It feels like it was just something that sat on a shelf. And then in a pinch, you guys are like, oh, shit, we got to get this out. Make it chronable. And then now you're like, oh, yeah, they're seeing through our shit. Okay, now we're going to make some changes to it. Um, fuck. Now I lost my train of fucking thought. Oh, somebody remind me. What was I saying? Oh, oh. Why the fuck did that happen? Oh, yeah. Okay. So like, my biggest issue is why did this get delayed so long? Just for them to do the bare minimum when they release it, and now they're going to delay it longer to do something that's only slightly more interesting. And interesting once again is probably a bad word. I think it is better to have it silver. We do need things that are just silver in the game, so the whales are incentivized to sell costumes to the free to play players, because the free to play players benefit from that. There's a symbiotic relationship, right? When whales just go to the market and swipe on blacksmith boxes, I don't even know what the boxes are, right? They're not giving any value to you guys. They're just getting their crons, they're getting everything they need, and you're removed from the relationship, right? But if they start having to sell costumes again to do clicks, I think that is a net gain to everybody. So this change is better in that sense. I just want more items that are actually, I'm trying to think of a better word than difficult or hard, that require a fuckload of effort to the point where even the 0.1 percenters are sweating about it. And I'm not saying only do that. Before somebody goes in, they shouldn't cater to the 0.1%. It's not just us. They can do both things. They can add things difficult for us and add things for you guys. I'm not saying only cater to the 0.1. Like that's like a lot of people think when I say this shit, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. Do both. Both. You can do both. Cater to your whole player base. The whole player base. All of it. But all in all, I do like it being more of a silver thing. Honestly, too, Enlave, I think if they made it so whenever you enhanced, you could use silver or crons. If people, like, when they open their enhancement window, if they just... Here, let me pull an item out, right? If they put their item in the enhancement window, and it just showed a pile of silver here instead of the crons, like, the exact equivalent amount of silver instead of crons, I think a lot of people, they'd be like, oh, yeah, it's not crons. Yay, finally, it's not crons. Even though these things are interchangeable with each other. Like, not directly. You obviously can't just go to the vendor and sell it back and forth at any moment. But they are basically representations of each other. Silver's a representation of crons, and crons is a representation of silver. This is just a middleman to add that layer of separation. And I think if you gave people the option to just use silver instead of have to go and do this weird step, it's like, oh, okay, well, instead of using silver, I got to go spend the silver on the blacksmith instead and then use the equivalent amount of crons. It's just an unnecessary extra step. And I think if you remove that step and just let people use the silver instead of the crons, it would fix that little broken spot in their brain. I like the new enhancement. I thought they did a good job with it. Add a credit card to that Chrome window. I mean, it's true. People would call it Silver Desert Online or Grind Desert Online, which, I mean, they already do. But if people are calling it Silver or Grind Desert Online, then let me back it up. If people call it Cron Desert Online, then people who don't play BDO, they immediately ask, what's Crons? And then people say, oh, well, Crons are something whales can buy with money. And then immediately the new player goes, oh, so this game is super pay to win. Super pay to win. I'm not going to touch it. But at least if it has the reputation of being Silver Desert Online or Grind Desert Online, a new player that doesn't play this game sees that. They immediately know, oh, silver is a currency. Okay, so I guess I must need a lot of it. It isn't immediately associated with pay to win, right? So I still think that that's a net gain if it's referred to in those ways. Yeah, I know you're. I know. Yeah. Yeah. Let's. I probably wouldn't be as mad. Maybe mad's not the bad word. I'm not mad. Frustrated would be more accurate. I don't know. It just. Every time I like think through this, it just really comes down to the time gates. It's like, why the time gates? Why the time gates? Time gates don't stop people from getting it immediately. All they do is make it now. This is my frustration. All the time gates do is they don't stop people from getting it day one because there's still the luck component. Some people will still get it day one. There will be somebody when this system gets implemented day one gets it. Right? There will be somebody, probably a couple people, who day one get their Shining Alchemy Stone. Time gates don't stop people from getting it day one. All time gates do is stop the people who work their ass off from potentially getting it day one. That's all it does. So anybody can get it day one, but if somebody put in tens of thousands of hours into preparation, they can't get it day one. Or they're very unlikely to get it day one. I personally, maybe it's something broken with my head. I don't care if somebody put in an extra 3,000 hours into the game to prepare for this and they get it day one. I don't care. That fucking motivates me. I'm like, shit, they put in some fucking work, right? Doesn't matter if they got it day one. They still put in the work before it got added, right? But now anybody who gets it day one, every single one of them were just carried. It's not exciting. It completely, and then by time the people who did work their ass off for it, by time they get it, nobody cares because a bunch of people have it because all of the lucky people that led up to that, right? It just completely removes any magic from the whole system. The Alchemy Stone system did get delayed. I can't even remember. I need to swap to Adania. Here, I'll, oh, I don't have the link open. Maybe we should pin it. Can somebody pin this? Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Somebody already did. Good shit, John. That's why you get paid the big bucks. Okay, so we need to go get our house buff. Yeah, it's bad when I'm not even looking at the pins. Yeah. I think that's really what it comes down to for me. Is the people who work the hardest to try to earn these items day one, they are being robbed of that flex to show off their hard work. And instead, it's just the lucky people that get to flex it. And then by the time the people who work the hardest for the items finally get it, nobody's excited about them getting it anymore because I shouldn't say nobody. It's not nearly as exciting as them getting it anymore because by then all the lucky people have all got it. You're robbing that experience from the people who work the hardest in your game. That's what annoys me about these time gates. Okay. But it wasn't only the lucky people. You would obviously always have the lucky people. But on day one, take a look at Chaos Silence, right? Chaos Silence didn't get lucky, but he got both of his deck Sovereign weapons day one because he put in a fuckload of work and was able to just dump and dump and dump and dump and dump and dump all that hard work into it. So he was able to stand there with the lucky people. Okay. We're a little bit low on AP because I don't have Node War buff last night. How do I get more AP without having to take off my XP artifacts? Oh, that's why. I don't need those on this character. Oh shit, but that's right. If I don't, that means I gotta run a Courage though. Now I'm back down even more AP. I actually quit WoW because of their progression. I hated that. I don't like the idea of every 3 or 6 months they reset all progression and all your epics and legendaries get replaced by green items and everybody starts over. I quit WoW because of their progression. I got tired of that shit. AP scroll? No, I have that right there. All right. Yeah. Normalized casual progression sucks. I don't think it sucks. It's just a different lane, right? If you want to play a game casually, find a casual catered MMO. I thought BDO had a nice niche because it was for the sweat lords, right? BDO is in this weird transition right now. Take a look. We were talking about this the other day. How many mobile games or games that have been developed for mobile, they tried to adapt to PC and they just die because people are like, I don't want to play this mobile swap. But it feels like Pearl Abyss is trying to turn their PC game into a mobile game. We have a whole graveyard of mobile games that have tried to be successful on PC that PC players are like, no, fuck this shit. But for some reason, it feels like Pearl Abyss is trying to mobilize. Maybe that's not the best word. Turn BDO into more of a mobile game. The only reason I see them trying to change it to a mobile game is mobile whales go crazy. Okay, so now I'm down 40 AP. Fuck, man. Not having the Node War buff sucks, chat. Is this how you guys live your life? Yeah, tell him, go. Shit, maybe I do just grind with Twisted on. Alright, AP's fixed. It's actually been a while since I've grinded on Sage. But yeah, I do think that the new system that they're delaying for is better than the current system. I just don't know why they had to make it so much cheaper too. I was excited. I'm still excited for it. I think having it silver instead of crons is definitely a good thing. Get the whales swiping for costumes more, instead of just swiping on Gamba boxes. I think that's a good thing. Well, there was, even with the current system that's on global, there was going to be no decrease on level. That was already how it was going to come. And obviously, you know, having backwards progression is goofy. Yeah, Shift X. And if you spec into Void Blast, if you hold Shift X, or if you just hold X, it immediately does Void Blast right after. Yeah, it can be alright. Do you have an example of some games that do it right? So I understand what you're referencing. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Trep's wife was telling me that earlier, too. How you doing, Trep? Good morning. Oh, yeah. I think that's nice. Old Ultima Online was like that too, Arfik, right? It was like one of those things where every time you were going to leave town or a safe zone, you had to make a conscious, like a conscious consideration. What do I want to bring with me? Because if I bring it with me, I could lose it. It definitely makes... And you're probably from just a different generation of gaming like me, where I liked that risk in games. But I just don't think most new, modern MMO players can deal with that anymore. I'm off to Seraph already, yeah. I mean, I was grinding on it for you guys. I like it, it's fun, but it's not a main replacement. Yeah. I think I think having some like really hard games that cater to hardcore players is a good thing, right? There are some people who love that risk. Yo, what is up, everybody? Thank you for the raid by Septimus. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I finally got a proper mouse charger that I could just put my mouse on to charge it, so I don't have to use my webcam cord. Every time I unplugged my webcam, I was too lazy to plug it back in and set it back up. So, but now I could just keep a cam plugged in all the time. I'm gonna try to stream with a cam more often. Although I need a bit of a haircut. By the way, Trep, how are your holidays? You have a good Christmas, brother? Sound better today? I still got a bit of a cough, but a wireless charger, yeah. I mean, I have a wireless mouse and the charger is wired, and then I gotta just put this on the charger, right? So the little puck that goes in the bottom, you basically just take that out and it sits on there through magnets. I don't see any reason to put the puck back in, so I'm just gonna leave it off. I don't know what that thing's actually called. Maybe it's called like a coin or something. No, I'm fucking sick, you stupid bitch. Yeah. Should have updated your antivirus, dumbass. This is the G502X, a Logitech mouse, really, really high-rated mouse. And this little thing that I got to charge it on, here, let me get you the link. Kinjara recommended it to me, and yeah, it's actually sick. It's not expensive either. Okay, where is it? Here it is. This is the little charging thing. Oh, no, it's not like that. It's just a stand. When I'm done on the PC for the night, I just put it on there, and then I'll never have to worry about it running out. I got the G502 with no LEDs on it, so the battery life on it is like 2 weeks before I have to charge it. But yeah, now when I'm done, I just make sure I put it on there, and I'll never have to worry about it running out of juice. Is it silent? Does your mouse make noise? Oh, does it click? Oh, I don't know. I have my headphones on. I'm sure it clicks. Let me see. It's super quiet. I can barely hear it with my headphone off. I mean, if you're paying attention for it, you can hear it. You're not allowed to game with your door open if you have a clicky mouse? Oh my god. Pavel definitely gets his balls stepped on every night. What do you mean another delay? The Alchemy Stone system's been delayed. Another 3 weeks? Which is whatever. I've already waited this long. What's another 3 weeks? I don't know why it takes 3 weeks to do this though. Like this should be a change. I don't know. Am I crazy? I feel like this is something that should have been like a 1 week delay. I don't understand why a change like this takes 3 weeks to update. It's not that extensive of a change. Three weeks? 3 weeks though? Fine. I'll meet you in the middle. This could have been a 2-week delay because of the holiday, but not 3 weeks. No. It should have been a 1 week, but because of holidays, maybe we can make the argument that 2 weeks. But not 3 weeks. No. When I played, now I don't know how WoW is now, but when I played WoW, I played during Vanilla WoW, and then the Burning Crusade came out, and like all of your gear was instantly replaced with green items that first week. And then Wrath of the Lich King came out, and it happened all over again. And then Cataclysm, I think Cataclysm was next, and it happened over again. And at that point, I was like, okay, enough's enough. I'm done with this. Now, things might have changed since then. I understand Cataclysm was a long time ago. Oh, it does. Mista, it does. I was using it as well. The BSR set, if you have the AP to support it, the BSR set for Savior is awesome for grinding. Between that and the 1.5% you get from the passive now, you have almost no downtime even in a spot like this. It's like one pack. I don't have it, and then it's instantly going again. Yeah. It's true, Seth, right? And that's one thing I liked about BDO is they did a good job at having lots for your, like, having your work carry over and keep, like, the work I put in isn't immediately just gone. But they also have, like, a nice level of inflation. Inflation is important. It can be a good thing and a bad thing. I think in gaming, it's a good thing to a certain degree. Where you don't want, like, if I put in 10,000 hours into the game, you don't want a new player to have to put in 10,000 hours to catch up to where I'm at, right? Because they're never going to want to play the game. Because by the time they put in 10,000 hours, well, guess what? Now I'm at 20,000 hours. They never catch up. So, having inflation, so maybe I'm 10,000 hours into the game, but now they only need to put in 2,000 hours, right? And have that constant curve. So, but now I'm 2,000 hours further ahead, and it's the people who are constantly putting in time will still remain a bit ahead, but new players don't have to put in every single hour that person put into. I think it's good, and Perlibus has balanced that quite well in the past. These days, it definitely feels like it's not diminishing in terms of the amount of effort people have to play, but like with them giving away, like, didn't they give away like 500 billion silver in the last month? That's kind of crazy. They're definitely trying to catch people up. If you count stack value? Yeah, the stack value, because of the 400 stack, is kind of weird. Because the thing is even though that stack has amazing value, How many new players do you think took that 400 stack and clicked like an Oct Sovereign weapon with it? Or maybe even like a SEP or something, right? They basically took that value and slam dunked it in the trash. Oh, shit. On a knob accessory. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm going to use that 400 stack for. Saving it for one of my deck armors, I guess. Your prostate exam. Your doctor called me this morning and told me to let you know once you pop in, Ark. He couldn't get those extra pointy rings in that you asked for. So, you're gonna have to come in next week. They should be here by then. Right? Well, that's the nice thing, right? If he has some nice jagged rings in there, that'll get all the impacted feces out of there. Okay, I'm sorry, chat. Oh, what a disgusting thought. Aphantasia? What's aphantasia? How many frogs did I kill? Not enough. Every day we take down more. You know what's funny? So, there's a lot of good things about the way they're changing this alchemy stone system. I'm still annoyed that we've seen so many delays. And I am annoyed that they are making it cheaper. But if I set that aside and I try to like pretend like this middle step never existed and we just went straight into the secondary step, I wouldn't be mad about it. Like, them making it cheaper, I wouldn't have been mad about. If we just went straight from what we have to what they are delaying us in now for. I was just really excited about something that was going to take a fuckload of grinding. Don't you have like an extra 1 trill from just holding on to costumes? I have way more than 1 trillion. I have like probably getting close to 4 trillion worth of costumes. Shows your total wealth? No. I'm not sitting there and adding everything up for you guys. Dosa might be the new meta with Pentaproc. What's Pentaproc? Did not mean to do that. Oh, I didn't even look. Was there like class changes to Dosa or something? No. I don't even count. People ask me, Gaz, how much you make per hour? How much trash? How many pay? I don't even count how many frogs I do per hour. And that's either 4 or 5. I don't even want to count that shit. You think I'm sitting there counting my silver? Not a fucking chance. Oh, if they get the new Elkstone to Shining. Ah, okay, I see what's going on here then. Obviously something I'm completely unaware of with Dosa, because I just haven't grinded on Awakened Dosa at all. It's a very uninteresting class to me. Yeah. The key to wealth isn't counting your pile of cash. It's paying attention to any time you can save cash. Every time you're spending, ask yourself, how can I save some money in this? That's the key. And then weighing the opportunity cost of doing such thing. Not playing is the best option. Go to work, come home, swipe. There you go. Yeah. But yeah, a penny saved is a penny earned. Ben Franklin quote, I'm pretty sure. Adds up fast. Every time you go to the grocery store, ask yourself, is that brand name version really that much better? 50 cents here, $1 there, doesn't sound like much. But if you do that with like 20 things in your cart, that could be 20 bucks. You do that every week, all of a sudden that's $80 a month. You do that over the course of the whole year, that's $1,000 in your pocket. It fucking adds up. Well, once again, Last Omen, you don't count what you have, you count what you can save. You pay attention to that, because that's what matters. Doesn't matter how much you count what you have, you're still going to have it. It's just there. You count what you can save. That has more value to you. You pay attention to that number. You have 100 pennies on your desk. You can count those pennies 1,000 times. It's still going to be 100 pennies. Yo, fail proof. Merry Christmas, brother. Thank you so much. Yo, all you fuckers that just got gifted subs, make sure you say thank you. And I say fuckers in an absolute loving way. Except Dragor. He's
Felproof
just a
gifted a tier
fucker.
1 sub to Mardant.
Have you ever had a dream that
I know we're past this, but truly think, based on that care post, you can downgrade back to Resplendent. And Splendid. And Shining are the two to...
Felproof gifted a tier 1 sub to Fex _.
Wait, what do you mean?
Have you ever had a dream that
Hide your moms. I'm gonna put my mom out on the front line.
could be like diving on a grenade for the rest of the moms out there.
Fellproof gifted a tier 1 sub to Already Known.
Have you ever had a dream that you can know you wanna know you can know you wanna know
Fellproof gifted a tier 1 sub to Maddie Light 24.
Well, if they increase the cost, or sorry, reduce the average cost down to 1/3, approximately, of what the cost is currently on Global Lab, and they have downgrading back, then that would mean that the success chance would have to dramatically go up.
Fellproof
To
gifted a tier
facilitate
1
that.
sub to Siveries_.
Is there a chart that I missed in that? In that chart, it says, when growth fails, and then right below that, it says, prevent step down and destruction. No need for cronstones. So with the current system, there was a chance for it to fall and destroy, and you needed cronstones to protect it. With this system, it says step down and not destroyed, but you don't need crons to prevent it, if you follow the chart. Mine does say that, yeah. Let me pull the chart up on my screen. Why is this not working? Do I just need to open up another window? There we go. Right there. Right? For me, it says prevent. So currently on Global Lab, you need cronstones to prevent step down instruction, but after this new change, you will not need cronstones for it. Yeah, I take that as a translation error. I think if you just look at it like how they've changed everything in the game, they don't want things to downgrade anymore. Oops, why am I letting this loot disappear? That's just a translation thing. I mean, they made it so like nothing downgrades anymore. So why would we all of a sudden have this downgrade? I wonder. I might have a package coming today. Maybe not. Yeah. Man, I missed my Sage. I'm sorry, Savior Enjoyers. I enjoyed grinding on it, but I missed my Sage. Are you getting this for free? I hope you do. That'd be sweet. I already pre-ordered Crimson Desert on Steam, so it would be cool if Pearl Abyss, since I'm one of their beloved partners, hooked me up before it came out, so I could at least refund the Steam purchase. But either way, I plan on playing it. Reset grab, boo, jump scare. What? Oh, yeah. No, you should definitely do your riffs. I'm pretty confident they said they were going to reset, right? Whenever they add anything new to riffs and stuff like that, they'll always reset them so everybody can log in and have their riffs already. Whichever you prefer complexity. If you prefer to enhance your stuff yourself, you can do it yourself. It's probably better to buy it, but I don't know. I don't pay enough attention to those markets to care. Or I don't care enough about those markets to pay attention. I guess they didn't say how they were going to adjust the market prices. Because if they are going to make it go from 12 trillion silver down to, what was it, 3.3 trillion? Then obviously having a ceiling of 10 trillion is unnecessary. You could probably compare the proportionality of that as well. If Shining is going to become 3.3 trillion, so a third less, then what was the cost of Splendid going to be? That'll probably be a little bit under a third as well. Yeah. Imagine they make it even a lower chance. Splendid wasn't 10 trillion. Please pay attention. If you're going to participate, please pay attention. Oh yeah, 1.5. That's right. So, yeah, probably like a bit under a third of that. So, maybe 2.5, 250 bill, 300 bill, or sorry, 400 bill. I mean. Because everything will probably be stepped down proportionally, right? Assuming that they just reduce the cost per click. Yeah. Believe it or not, you still use silver when it was crons. Whether you use the silver to buy crons or you use the silver to buy a couple items from the vendor, from the old moon vendor, or you use that silver to buy sharps, it still all comes back to silver, whether it was crons or not. The main benefit, though, of it not being crons is for the whales. It will encourage them to sell more costumes instead of just doing the like blacksmith boxes. But otherwise, aside from that, it doesn't change anything. Because crons and silver are just different representations of the same thing. But I don't know if you're still here, Enlave. Back to the whole discussion we were having earlier. If you guys just made it so people use silver in the enhancement window instead of crons, the equivalent amount of silver, I think this is the perfect example of how broken people's brains are and how much they disassociate those two things being direct counterparts of each other, and how nothing would really change in the game aside from the fact that people would still perceive it better. Even though it's still the same thing. Well, it's obvious why A-coins are. It's super obvious. You need to have that layer of separation. There's gambling in the game, and you can't have gambling for minors. So as soon as you add that layer of separation, if you spend real money on A-coins, then you have a fixed online value you're getting from it. And then you have people gamble with the A-coins. It's basically a means to allow companies to have gambling for minors and not need a gambling license. That's why games have that layer of separation, that additional currency in between. Because if you could just all of a sudden use your credit card to buy a Gamba box, that's now directly gambling. Yep. Because by having that layer of separation, they don't need a gambling license. That's why some countries are actually smart, not stupid, and they ban that too. You're not allowed to have any type of gambling boxes. And I think all countries need to do that. Because it's extremely predatory. And it creates bad habits amongst youth early on in their development. I wonder what the percentage are of kids who grew up with gambling microtransactions in their games, and that eventually extended to a gambling habit, IRL, and sports gambling. I don't know what that number is, but I do know it's not zero. Wouldn't BDO be a bad habit itself? No, BDO isn't inherently a bad habit. Gambling isn't inherently a bad habit. It's all about self-control. Any one of them can be self-destructive. Anything can become a self-destructive habit. Anything. I personally think microtransactions are a plague on MMOs. And as long as companies are able to get away with being able to just prey off of FOMO, off their population, and just have progressively better and better Gamba boxes, then it doesn't encourage them to make better content. Back in the day, and I know a lot of people are against subscription models, but I think subscription models had a massive value to the consumer. Because in order for a company to make more money, they had to get more subscribers. And the best way to get more subscribers was to make better content. Now, if they want to make more money, just make the box juicier. Make the box juicier. Takes way less effort. So, I absolutely think that the main reason why we've seen this absolute stagnation in the MMO market is because of microtransactions. I think that's one of the biggest culprits for it. Yeah. Yeah, and there's no way to turn this ship around, because microtransactions make them more money. That's why all these games have swapped to it, right? They make way more money for way less effort. They just keep preying off the FOMO. Yeah. Cosmetics are definitely a much better way to do it. But once again, I wouldn't rather their revenue, like once again, when provided with a choice of option A or B, or C, I guess as well, right? Monetizing progression being the worst, monetizing cosmetics being the second worst, but obviously better. I would once again rather them, if they want to increase their revenue, they have to increase their subscriber count. Because once again, the only way to increase your subscriber count is to make your product better. Make it more appealing to a larger audience. I think that benefits the consumer the most. Paid expansions too. Yeah. The thing is too, and this is why it's also like having the free-to-play microtransaction model is better for the company, because in order to get people to pay a box fee and a subscription, you have to really sell the game, right? You have to really make people want to play it to be willing to drop $40, $60, $80 and then pay a monthly subscription. So it's hard to get people to set a foot in the door, right? Where a free-to-play, there's no risk. They just, you know, they can log in and log out at any point. There's no cost of entry. And you know what's funny, Travesty? Even though what you say is true, it's funny because so many people have all those things anyways. Like, how many people actually play this game without a value pack? Oh, that looks great. Thank you, babe. You don't even have a value pack, Travesty? Put up a poll in chat. I wonder how many people here in chat don't use a value pack. You don't need a value pack for fishing? Fuck. You're fucking right. You don't, do you? That's going to be the next thing Perlabyss does now. Enlave, get the notepad. Get the notepad. 15% more silver from fishing if you have a value pack when you trade those fish. You're welcome. Pull up. Damn it, I can't see the poll because the stupid pinned message is in the way. I need to hide it for myself. Do you play with a value pack active? Well, do I vote? I get my value pack for free. But that's the thing. I don't think that makes me option 3 because before Perlabyss gave their partners value pack, I still got value packs. So just now I don't have to, but I would have. You have 887 days of all 3. My God, how much do I have? I have 880 days. 834 and 1500 of value pack. I have almost 5 years of value pack. But that's because I get all the free ones, plus Perlabyss makes sure I'm set for every 30 days. I get a box that gives me all 3 for 30 days. So that's why my value pack one is just flush. Do you do something? How do you use the code at checkout? Oh yeah, I don't have that code on my webcam view. I need to put that up. There should be a little box when you check out, right? You don't even get that? Yeah. I bet Etsu does. They're sending him up to the mountains to snowboard while you guys are sitting in the office. Etsu definitely gets it. We can tell who the favorite CM is. No, he doesn't. I definitely saw him in the mountains. You can't tell me that was a green screen. I won't believe it. Oh shit. I'm sorry, Ginger. My bad. I accidentally forgot to have my multi-chat open. Yo. Sorry, YouTubers. Sorry, kickers. Next time, don't be so nice about it. Just pop in here and be like, hey, dumbass. Stop treating us like second-rate citizens over there. Pay the fuck attention. I don't mean to do that. There's some things that I can't see in the multi-chat, so I'll flip over just to quickly look, and then I forget to swap back. This is what I try to do. Every single time a change is coming to the game, I try to predict it and pretend like the GMs told me. So one day when I get it right, they get fired. One of these days I'll get it right. And they'll have some explaining to do. How did this guy know this? We're gonna clean them all out, chat. Eventually we'll get one. Do PA employees just get paid to watch partners stream all day? No, I mean, the community managers are meant to be exactly that, manage the community, right? And they're trying to be that, they're trying to be the, why am I having such a hard time with words? Just what we communicate to, right? You obviously don't get to talk directly to the bridge. Thank you. Fuck. They're trying to be that bridge between Pearl Abyss and the community. So yeah, being in streams and listening to, like, not even being involved in the conversations, but just listening to the conversations that are going on is a huge part of being a community manager, right? Am I okay? No. No. I stopped being okay years ago. Now I'm great! Aren't you guys great? Merry Christmas, by the way, Vert. I don't know if I had a chance to wish you a Merry Christmas yet. I hope you're having a good holidays. You use the code? Yo, I appreciate you. One of the best ways for you guys to support the stream and, you know, swipey swipey, baby! Get out of here. I'm gonna do up this button. I'm about to look like a fucking Mormon out here. I'm gonna get a little tie and everything. A little bow tie. Look like Bill Nye. Do I miss Sakraya? I miss old Sakraya, but not just because it was Sakraya. I think the game was just in a different time and era and more exciting for reasons that are completely unrelated to Sakraya, even though I was in Sakraya at the time. Okay, time to turn the camera off because I have a nice little plate of potatoes and sausage and stuff here. And Dragor definitely doesn't get to watch me eat. Yeah, I got a big ol' fat raid from my good friend, Mr. Biceptimus. Got us off to a real big start for the day here. You want to watch me eat? Yeah, I know you guys want to watch me eat. You want to see me put these tiny little sausages in my mouth so you can feel like it's your tiny little wieners, but I'm not going to let you. To cry about it? Nah, I like it. What do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear? Yeah. I need more coffee. Man, I forgot how comfy it was to grind on Sage. I forgot how much I missed my Sage. I'm sorry, Mr. Sage. Mr. Thick Sauce Sage. A deaf gynecologist. How about... Ah! Damn it, backpack. Good one. Look at all those fucking sausages. Look at the fucking smile on my face, too. I wish I was as happy as that man. Holy shit. Holy shit. I fucking wish. Look how happy he is. Is that what I need to be happy in my life? Look how fucking happy I am. Holy shit. What are those containers? I'll show you 1 second. Let me finish eating first. What a nice breakfast. Or I guess it's lunch. Yo, it was nighttime? Oh my god.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
they ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Emotional damage.
Even happier now? Oh, great. Holy. Even better. Dragor, can you send both those pictures to me? On Discord? Send them to me. Now. Now.
Splaga, blaga, 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 blom, 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 beam, 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 spiggity bom, bom, yes, 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 yes. I'm getting hacked.
Why's my phone being so slow right now? There they are. Wait, why is it not letting me? The fuck? Oh. There we go. Yeah, I'll be back. Yeah, I'm back. It's 33. Oh shit! Did I leave this picture up? I'm sorry. Okay, so somebody asked me, "What are these containers?" These are advanced GG shit. They sent these to me to try, and the guy never ended up following up with me. But they're just like water supplements, right? And one of them had caffeine, one didn't. They're good. I like them. I'm more of a sour flavor guy, though, so if they end up having like a flavor that was sour, that would have been awesome. See if there's any update on my packages. Anytime I receive stuff from the US and then it has to swap hands to another service like Canada Post, just like the tracking somehow gets fucked up in between. Type exclamation mark flows. All of the abilities highlighted in pink are your starters into either your LMB or RMB flows. Put an S on it. Flows. Yeah, there you go. Oh, Dayland already got it out there. Perfect. Is Imager banned in the UK? The hell? What's going on over there? Yeah, it can be LMB or RMB. Like, if you reposition or you do an ability in between, then you can just hit LMB out of that ability or out of the movement to then do Bone Crusher. But if you don't do something in between, then it's just spacebar. Not banned, just need ID to view the website. Oh, that's right. You guys got that Orwell shit going on, right? The 1984 shit. Every single thing for you guys is about to be monitored. Can't wait for Canada to do it next. Yay! Do not redeem. Oh, shit. Florida banned porn? Like banned? Or did you need ID for that too? Florida sounds great. What's that meme? I don't want to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy. Time for me to do my own investigating. Time to load up the Florida VPN. Oh. See, that makes sense what Vicious is saying. If the laws are making it so you need to use ID and then the companies are trying to make a stand and say, well, fine, we'll just pull out of your state instead of dealing with this new changes. That doesn't mean it's banned. That just means that the companies are, you know, trying to make a statement or whatever else their motives might be. That makes sense. What's up, Freeman? I mean, there is a pretty big difference there, though, right? Saying that something is completely banned in a state when companies are just pulling out of it because they don't want to deal with the new regulation, that doesn't mean that it's banned. That's not like a little nuance. That's kind of a big difference there. I mean, doing more to keep pornography out of the hands of minors is a good thing. Back in my day, you had to go pull the box out from under your parents' bed to find the one nude mag that your dad was hiding. Back in my day. Oh yeah. Regulation often does exactly that too. Like, honestly, it's one of the things holding back Canada right now, and a lot of development is just over-regulation. There's definitely a fine line that never gets landed on perfectly. Logically, when I think about it in regards to porn and having people log in or have to have ID to prove it, is the way these porn companies probably view it is 99.9% of their viewer base doesn't want to make an account that's attached to them or tied to them, right? So why go through all the effort of making their website follow these guidelines when they know 99.9% of the people are just going to move on to a different site anyways? And instead of putting in that work, just say, fine, we're not going to put in work for zero return. We're just going to then just not make it available there. And then the reality is then people just use a VPN to access it anyways, right? It then puts the burden on the consumer. But I don't know. Pornography accessibility could certainly can contribute to some self-destructive behaviors for sure. So, I don't know, do we try to protect people from themselves? We certainly should try to protect minors. But at the same time, do I trust companies with my information? Fuck. The government can't even properly redact information from documents they're releasing. Do you think that they're actually going to keep your information safe? Or these corporations are going to keep your information safe? They're all incompetent. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that self-defeatist mentality. Yeah, all your information is out there, but it shouldn't be. Because all these companies are insecure, and it's all out there. It shouldn't be that way. It doesn't mean we should just throw our hands up in the air and give up. I just find that a very goofy mentality. Chilling Monday with snow. We got quite a bit of snow. And then it got like +2 degrees and it was like really wet outside. Where's my horse at? Oh wait, this isn't my horse with my AP buff. God damn it. Voltarian's on my savior. I hope we get these horse changes soon so I can actually have like 4 Voltarians. No. Are you kidding me, Deja Vu? This man got all twisted out of shape over a character in a video game. You really think I'm afraid of him? Imagine getting bent out of shape over a character in a video game. Getting in an online argument over a character in a video game. No shot. That man probably had to ask his mom for permission to go to the airline website and try to book a ticket. And mom's like, no. I wonder if his Twitch is still banned. Let's see, twitch.tv/incognito23. No, this channel is temporarily unavailable due to a violation of Twitch's community guidelines or terms of service. Who would have thought that making threats, personal threats to somebody, would get you suspended? Who could have predicted that? Not me, actually. Twitch is usually... I was actually surprised with how quickly they did that. Some guy threatened me over that? Yes. He said that in PvP, Savior is locked out of her kit. And I said, no. I said, all of these abilities are available in the normal kit. They just get better. And then he tried to move the goalposts, and I said, no. I'm not fighting your straw man. You stick with your original statement. And then he got mad and told me to adjust my tone, and then said that he was going to... Anybody have the copy paste? What did he say again? Actually, you know what? Don't paste it in chat, because I don't want somebody to report you and then Twitch thinks that you're saying it. But he said... Let me read it. Let me read it for you guys. I saved it, because it was a juicy one. If Twitch banned him that quickly over typing that shit, I don't want you guys to copy and paste in chat, just in case something happens to you guys. But he said... I also would. I'm including the typos because he was obviously angry as he was mashing his keys. I also would fucking smash the living shit out of you if you use that tone with me IRL after being over your slut mother and making your cuck self watch oh, and then that's his name. And then after that, he said, I can easily find out where you live. And on stream, we will see how you talk to me on person. This is all over a video game character, Seraph. Because I proved him immediately wrong. Oh, man. I definitely have a way with people. Well, when you stream as long as I have, yeah. I'm surprised I don't have more of these collected. He sounds pretty tough, yeah. It'd be like getting mad at somebody at an anime convention over a disagreement about some anime character. That's practically the same thing. The man shows up, he's gonna have a limp wrist, that's for sure. Is the alchemy stone change good? In general, yes. I still would have liked it to be super expensive, but in general, it is good. I think there should exist things that some people might never ever accomplish, that most people will never ever accomplish, that even some of the sweatiest people in the game won't accomplish it. I like that shit like that exists. But that's a personal preference thing. Ooh, thank you. Was this earlier today? Oh, that guy? No, that was like a week ago now, almost? Are they deleting up to sturdy or sharp? No, you're gonna have... Yeah, I think they're getting rid of sturdy. They're getting rid of polished. They're getting rid of 3 stages. I can't remember the name of it, but I think polished and sturdy, and there's one other one, right? Have you seen the Reddit post of Priam about the Elkstone update? No. Not really interested. I have my own opinion about it. In general, I think it's good that they add more things that whales want to swipe for silver with, because if whales need silver, they'll sell costumes. And that was one thing that I used to always praise Pearl Abyss for, is with their pay-to-win model in the past, and whales needing to buy and sell costumes, it created a symbiotic relationship with the free-to-play player where the whales could buy progression, but the free-to-play players had the work they put in the game amplified by the whales, because you could buy a costume and then get more value out of that, right? So it created a nice symbiotic relationship, and we've largely lost that, and this kind of leans back into that if the whales need silver. So in general, I think it's good to go this direction. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Is if the whales don't buy stuff, then they just swipe for the gamble boxes, and then they just use the crons, and they get crons, they get stacks, and they get the memory fragments. All they need from the gamble boxes. All they do is just sell the extra memory fragments. I just got the finger. Raise the cap for value pack prices? What I think they need to do is the need to make the real life money to silver conversion best with value packs, Old Moon, and comma blessings, and then remove the marketplace limit. Because this marketplace limit provides no value anymore. And just let the whales, if they want to get the most value, sell value packs and stuff to the community. Stuff that the free-to-play players really want and need. But the limit of selling stuff on the market, it used to limit the amount of pay to win, but with the what do we call it? The gacha boxes, the gamble boxes, there's no limit. Like, technically there's a limit, but it's so high. Like, at that point, what's even the purpose of having a limit? So, I think if the market was healthier for the free-to-play player, then value packs and stuff would be sitting on the market for them to just buy with silver. And then there's going to be some people who are dumb and are going to be like, but that's going to affect Perlibis's money. No, it won't. Doesn't matter whether it's the player or the whale who buys it. Either way, somebody bought it. Value packs should be the best silver for gold. That's exactly what I just said. They should have the highest rate of return on those items. And then they should also have a triple pack, where you can buy an Old Moon, a comma blessing, and a value pack for a significantly discounted price on top of that. Do you realize what they're doing? Yeah.
I'm getting hacked.
Kind of funny after the flashbang. Ooh, somebody gifted me a sub to Corgi last night.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Emotional damage.
They should delete super armor blocks. Yeah, and they should delete any movement that you just hold RMB and you stay protected the whole time too. Because those things are identical with each other. SAQ blocks and holding RMB to stay protected
Are the exact same thing. Changed my mind. How can they be the same if they use different inputs? Shit. You can just rebind one. Rebind RMB to the Q button. Boom. Now they're the same again. Yeah. People are weird. Getting that pressed over being wrong online about a video game character is quite comical. How about I change my tone? I will not. I will never. Remember, this isn't a stream where I just kiss people's asses. I don't care about making some waves. And ruffling some feathers. Some of my favorite viewers in chat. We have... Almost all of my favorite viewers in chat. At one point, I've got into it with them about something. And you know why they're some of my favorite viewers? Because we can have a very heated disagreement about something, but we realize at the end of the day, we agree about a lot more than we disagree about. And just because we disagree about one thing, it doesn't mean we have to forever hate each other. Yeah. Not only does hating take more energy than love, but it provides zero benefit to you. At least, love, there's usually a return, right? You feel good about it, doing nice things for other people. They, in some cases, reciprocate, so you feel that love back. I know we disagree a lot, but I'm humble and right, so it's all good. Me too. I actually disagree. Have you managed to figure out how to extract value out of hate? Oh my god, please give me the tips. Because then I could just perma hate. Like hiding your camera when you eat sausages. Have you seen the shit Dragor's made? Holy, I have to. I'm surprised I even have the camera on now. Talk to 50 Cent, watch him. True. That man is having so much fucking fun. I love it. I love it. He does do it well, doesn't he? I don't know if he genuinely hates, though. I think he's just a fuck around kind of guy, right? He's just having a fun old time. I started that Netflix series just recently. It's called Sean Combs, I think. Because an AP requirement of a spot isn't a direct indicator of how much money it makes. One of the things about Darkseekers too.
Hey there.
Oh my god. It's Kermie ... Oh my god.
How you doing? You better be careful, there's a creeper behind you.
It's fine. It's good. Oh my god, I really do love you. My Discord name is Kermit is Hot. I love you.
Love you too. Got something for you.
Thank goodness it got cut out. So yeah, the thing about Darkseekers is the money you make there, you can't immediately turn into silver. Its value is tied in things that you will use. So if you're trying to grind for something specific, like silver and stuff, although I guess Origins and stuff do sell better at least than they used to. But I highly discourage selling like stacks and stuff like that unless you're flush with stacks like me. Yo, thanks Juke for that sub. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, I probably can. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to. Because I'm sure I could just set like a redeem that pauses all redemptions and then... Oh, I wonder. Because if it pauses all the redemptions, like in... The thing is it won't pause them from being redeemed. It'll just pause them from playing. But now I'm wondering is, if it pauses them all from playing, then will that stop the redemption from being able to unpause them automatically? Because it would be, in a sense, pausing itself, right? Unless I can set a completely separate board to it that never gets paused, and it just pauses the first board, which might be possible. The most recent 50 Cent hater fund. Some chick owes him 30 grand and dropped the diss track saying, I ain't got it. So he trademarked that and has the URL I ain't got it redirected to his merch store. Oh my god. I fucking love 50, man. That's funny. Is that true? That's funny as hell. Nice to see the Sage again. Yeah, I've been missing my Sage. Yeah, you don't have to link it. I believe you. How we doing today? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, if somebody wants to see it, you can link it for them to look at. Oh. Yeah, we're probably going to have to wait even longer for the rifts to get updated, too. That'd be cool if they at least gave us the rifts so we can start collecting the stones for the delay. Makes sense? You're making me blush, aren't you? I've actually completely forgotten about Diablo 4. I need to play some more Paladin. I've been much more interested in that than the recent PoE season. No, I think it's just Star's End. But we're about to get a new Star's End. It's supposed to come this month, isn't it? The new Star's End. So, or not this month, I guess. Technically still next month. But once we get new Star's End, I'm sure they'll drop there. February? I thought Sakurai was February. I thought Star's End was January. Are you guys sure? Type roadmap. I got a command for it. Type roadmap. Yeah, January, Star's End rework. February's underwater. Okay, good. I thought I was crazy for a second. I guess I could still be crazy. Good thing I'm still humble and right. Yeah. It also means we should be getting Mermok and Gyfin soon, too. Ooh, you know what's nice about being back on my Sage? Is I get to work on my fitness stats again. Leave the frog alone. Every time I see that frog, I picture you, Danny. And then I'm like, turn it around and look at that big ass booty. And I'm like, ooh, I wish this were Danny right now. Danny about to get destroyed. How you doing, Danny? Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. My wife ever Excuse me. Does my wife ever listen in on the stream? I talk so loud she can hear me upstairs. Sometimes she'll message me like, shut the fuck up, you're so fucking loud. We're trying to watch a movie. Deep fried pickles. Oh, hell yeah. Deep fried pickles are great. Watch it, Ark. Fried Mars bars? Never have it. I'm not a fan of milk chocolate at all. I'm a fan of, like, it has to be like at least like 96% cocoa for me to like the chocolate. And either include like, if it's like a salted chocolate or chocolate covered nuts, chocolate covered pretzels. I'm a chocolate snob? No, I just find milk chocolate way too sweet. It's a sweetness thing for me. It's not that I think it's bad, it's just, it's too much for me. I have one bite and it's like, ugh. You know that feeling when you eat too much sugar? I take like one bite of like milk chocolate and I feel that way. Now, white chocolate? Ew. That shit's nasty. I don't like any white chocolate at all. Spicy chocolate is nice, yes. Spicy chocolate is always fun. You can get some nice dark chocolate that's spicy. When it comes to chocolate, I discriminate the fuck out of it. Get that white chocolate out of here. White chocolate is not chocolate? Technically it isn't. No, it's just the fats from it. It's not the cocoa. It has no cocoa in it at all. Mint chocolate? Not a fan. I'm not a fan of mint flavored stuff in general. Is it funny that I broke up with my girlfriend and came back to BDO? I don't know, is it funny to you? Is it a bad situation? It sounds like you broke up with her. Now, if she broke up with you over BDO, then that could be a bad situation. It could be a sign you have an unhealthy relationship with BDO, but if you broke up with her, You know what makes me sad about this delay? Is I have to wait another 3 weeks now to get my 3% attack speed back. I miss my attack speed so much. What delay? Look at the pinned message. Well, I think what they're planning on doing now is better than what they were going to do. But considering how many delays there's been, like... Yeah, I would have expected a much more intricate system. Shit! I was hoping, I thought for certain they were going to tie it into Adonia Part 2, and they were going to have like an alchemy stone that just enhances like the rest of your gear from base to deck, and you would just exchange your Splendid or your Shining or a Vels for different stages, starting points at that in that new system. You will still need a Vel's Heart, yes. But now you have more time to get one. Yeah, we were saying that earlier. It'd be cool if we got the new Rift changes, so we could start collecting the stones for the 3 weeks. But I doubt that'll happen. Check next maintenance how many got banned on KR, and you will know. And you'll know what KR had to say about the Elkstone? I don't understand. Is the implication there that if people talk negatively about it, they get banned in KR? Is that a thing that happens? Yeah, I don't think that's true at all. I don't believe that. I don't think you realize that if that were true, that would also extend to other regions as well, because Pearl Abyss is directly in charge of all the regions now. Trust me, with some of the yapping, like, Blue Squadron would already be banned if that were true. I think that's this is a classic case of correlation and causation. Or correlation not equaling causation. Talking negative in world chat. I would like to see dead messages. I feel like there's lines being blurred there. Were you not there last week, Meadows? I could have swore you were. Did you not pay attention to the conversation? Because I didn't. I just know it's delayed. I don't know when. Yo, Kanjara, do you remember what Hundler said? I need 2 more Kabuas now. You can only buy 1 at a time? Fuck that. Fuck that! Kabuas for what? If you know, you know. Julian? Like from Trailer Park Boys? I wish I could be in a car accident and step out of it without spilling my drink. Julian from Temu? Okay. Fuck this guy. Somebody ban him, please. Can you just click the X and come back in 10 minutes so I can feel like you're banned? Yep. Yes, they did, Divios. Yes, they did. It's now going to be a log on once a week, do your riffs, and or every 5 days, do your riffs, do your clicks, but the value is meaningless. Yay! Back to feeling like I have no motivation to grind again. But I'm gonna fucking do it anyways, because I have a problem. Why can't we just have some items that are just so absurd that even though 0.1% are gonna have to bust their asses for it? I like the cost of that new Elkstone. Because I was like, you know what? This is one of those things that even if it didn't have the time gate, I could spend all my resources on it and still walk away without it. But now it's just like 1 hour of grinding every 5 days to pay for it. It's back to being another boring thing. You just click. You click when you get the stones every week. It's just... And you know what I was saying, Divios? The worst thing about time gating is it doesn't stop people from getting it day one. Lucky people will still get it. But now the people who work their asses off to try to prepare for things, they don't get it. Unless they're lucky. And then by time they do get to the point where they've earned it normally, like let's say they have average luck, it doesn't really mean much anymore. Because now, like, tons of people who got lucky along the way already have it. That's why I didn't care so much that, like, some people had double deck Sovereign day one. Like Chaos Silence, for example. Because it's not like he got lucky. He fucking worked for that shit. If I remember correctly, he went above average. Like, he spent more than the average on it. So, like, him flexing it, the first, like, 48 hours that he had both, showed how hard he had worked for it. But time gating just stops the people who work really hard from it from having it early, and just make it exclusively just the lucky people get to show it off. And then the people who go average, by that point, nobody cares about it anymore. Once the people who go average get it. Well, that didn't take long. Let's buy one more. Yeah, now everyone gets it eventually. Back in the day, Divios, like, it was crazy to me how geared and how strong I felt. But then you would still run into that person who was the next level. You would run into somebody as crazy as me who could, like, 1v20 people. And then I would run into Gundle. And he's just the next level. And that wouldn't demoralize me. That would motivate me. That would make me admire how much work or how smart he was with his time. But now everything is just participation award. Make sure everybody has access to it. Everybody's allowed access now. Nobody wants to work for anything anymore. Yeah. Gundle was crazy. It's not even like he was an exceptionally skilled player, but goddamn, like he was skilled in his efficiency and how good he is at generating wealth in the game. This was back before costumes were sellable too. And that man, when you ran into him, he was a raid boss. You knew he was a raid boss because the icons flowed from one side of the screen to the other, the ranking icons. He had, I'm pretty sure, every single one of them except RBF. Another data point that RBF needs Silver Buzz. True. Is he still playing? No, he quit because of sea monster hunting. All of the hard work and effort he put into the game was, like, overnight made obsolete when people like Choice could just jump from guild to guild and collect sea monster payouts. And, like, within 1 month, accumulate an absurd amount of wealth that Gundle worked his ass off to get. Gundle. He was the most geared person in the game until sea monster hunting, and that made him quit. Yeah. Yeah, I feel the same way, Divios. Oh yeah, if you extrapolate for inflation, with the amount of money people were making with sea monster hunting at that time, that'd be the equivalent of like hundreds of billions of silver an hour now. Because back then people were grinding for like what, 20, 30, I can't remember, it's been so long now. But they were making so much money compared to what you would earn. And if you extrapolated for inflation, oof. Like I said, in 1 month of sea monster hunting, the massive advantage that Gundle had was immediately removed because of sea monster hunting. Just your average players immediately accumulated the equivalent of wealth that he had busted his ass to get. Like, this man was so efficient that he would go to world bosses with logs in his inventory to make sure that he never stopped chopping. That he was always doing something. His account was never sitting idle waiting for anything. Yeah. Well, I worked it out, right? If you got to do the, with the amount of clicks you got to do every 5 days, it would have taken you 11 billion silver a day you would have had to grind to sustain those clicks every 5 days. And they dropped it, based off of their math, down to 3 bill, which means it's just 1 hour. 1 hour of your daily grind is allotted to your alchemy stone if you're pushing for shining. That's it. If you never do a weekly, true. And if you don't AFK fish. But yeah, bosses alone, you're right. Bosses alone cover it. Do your weekly bosses, that covers your alchemy stone clicks. And then your fishing covers a good chunk of your armor clicks. In general, though, Divios, I do like them moving it more towards a silver cost instead of a cron cost. Because if I just think that they should have kept it the original price, but then shifted to just silver cost. Because I think getting whales to sell costumes again brings that nice symbiotic relationship between the free-to-play player and the whale back, instead of the whales just doing the blacksmith boxes, right? I just don't know why they not only moved it to a silver cost, but then also made it significantly cheaper. I liked the fact that it was going to be crazy expensive. They did both. It's not or, it's and. They changed it and say it's going to get delayed. No, there's nothing you could do with extra carrots ads, unfortunately. That is one of the biggest mistakes with the carrots ad system. You should be able to melt down an enhanced carrots ad into Essences of Dawn. When BDO2 coming out? This shit is chalked. Shaq, this shit's been chalked for a while. I don't know what it is, but I stay locked in. I don't fucking know why, man. I need you to come over here and just cut the internet to my house. Could you do that for me, buddy? Please. Fuck, free me, man. If your question, if I can give you a short answer to your question, I'll answer it. But if it requires a long explanation, I'm sorry. I'm not that into it right now. But I'll try to give you a short answer if it's possible. Let's see if I can... Oh, fuck. Where'd it go? Well, there it is. Let's see if I can hit the... I got this tiny little elastic. Let's see if I can hit the lens. Oh, it went right over. Fuck. They didn't make any mention about the rates or adjusting the market prices. Obviously, the cost per click is going down, but... And they say the overall cost of the item is going down. I don't know if those are exactly proportional. If they're not, then you could probably mathematically figure out how they're going to adjust the success rate. Awaken Witch, full deck, only deck, Awaken Weapon, Zephyros, Deep Sea, or Courage. Depends. The answer is as simple as this. If you're at the AP cap, then use a Courage. Or sorry, a Deep Sea. If you're not at the AP cap, use a Courage. It's no more complicated than that. Or if you're like me and you appreciate a super lazy grind, use a Kelk. I like comfy grinds. I'm not sitting here trying to sweat it for an extra 2% of trash an hour. I wish they would update the tracking on my package. Canada Post says they're still waiting for the item, but USPS, the United States Postal Service, says that it's in Canada, that it's been in Canada since 2 days ago. Normally, and it says it left Toronto. So normally when something's left Toronto, that means 2 days later I get it. Because it takes a day to get here. And then the next day it's delivered. Their package now. Oh. Somebody posted that in chat just a couple days ago, Mikers. And I already saw like a comedian telling that story. Somewhere online. I can't remember where I saw it. Or maybe it wasn't even a comedian. Maybe it was just a guy on a podcast or something. But that little story is getting beat to death. Well, for Sovereign, you're definitely going to want to go for whatever your primary weapon is first, right? If you primarily play Awaken, go for a Sovereign Awaken. I think it either goes... I don't know. Chat. Somebody answer the man. You heard that 8 years ago? Is it that old? It just resurfaced recently? I just started hearing it recently, but it's been being beaten to death.
I'm getting hacked.
I don't know, Divios. I just miss the days of when there was always a bigger fish. That the idea of finishing one slot seemed insane, never mind finishing all of them. Now it just seems like they want everybody to have access to everything. And it makes, when they do that, it just makes everything feel less meaningful. Like, I didn't care that Pen Fallen God was as difficult as it was. That didn't bother me. In fact, I liked that shit that existed. Where there was something that even people like me, it was like almost completely out of our hands. Well, whether it's Krons or silver doesn't matter. Krons are silver, silver are Krons. People just, their brain's broken, and they focus on the Krons. But they don't realize they're just representations of each other. To me, I just want things to have a lot of value. I don't care whether it's Krons or silver. Yeah. Well, now they do, but I'm talking about back in the day, right? Like for years and years and years, the idea of having a pen fallen god was absolutely absurd. Even the sweatiest of sweat lords wouldn't have one. And naturally, over time, anything, because of inflation and power creep, everything eventually becomes accessible. But then that's why they add new items, right? New things that are for the sweatiest of sweat lords. I like that. I think that's a good thing. I don't think it's a problem. I know Choice thinks it's a problem that there's some items outside of his reach. But I don't think there's a problem that there's things outside of my reach. I think that makes those items more exciting. I'm not of the mentality that I should have access to everything. I'm not a narcissist like that. And it doesn't bother me that things are out of my reach. It motivates me to try to put myself in a position to get them within reach. But now, this Alchemy Stone system went from being something like, okay, I could lose all my money working on this, to, oh, yeah, now I just wait for them to respawn, do my clicks, and that's it. There's no other emotions involved. Either I get it or I don't. Not, okay, I gotta continue to work, if I just sit doing nothing, I'm gonna run out of silver. Where did they post it? It's pinned at the top of my chat. You can see the official link to it. It was on the KR website. There's an NA post now? Oh, cool. How does the NA post translate that stuff, Kinjar? Does it alleviate some of the confusion? Oh, you updated the pin as well? Oh, shit. Awesome. God damn, you guys are on top of it. And then it's funny, right? Because you have people like Dragor who will bitch and complain. What do you mean? They shouldn't cater to the 0.1%. It's like, no, we're not asking for that. We're saying cater to everybody. By saying that they shouldn't do stuff only for the 0.1%, you're actually doing exactly what you're claiming that the other people are doing. You're trying to gatekeep them from having things to do. Believe it or not, Pearl Abyss can do both things at the same time. They can cater to the 0.1% and the rest of the player base at the same time. Dragor wasn't minding his business. I brought up his name because he already started yapping. If he didn't want to be brought up, he wouldn't have started yapping. But he's also the perfect example of that shit. When it comes to back shots, PA doesn't discriminate. And if there's one thing PA is always consistent about, is inconsistency. Who the hell is Dragor? True. Yeah. That's right, Skills. That's exactly right. Shit, I just realized my multi-chat's closed again. Damn it. I'm sorry, YouTube. I'm sorry, Kate. That's right, Skills. Well, it would be rent-free if I talked about you without you typing. But because you type first and you always feel the need to type, shows that I'm rent-free in your head. You want this playlist? Type in ! playlist. It's just a Spotify playlist. I think about you every fuck. I fucking do now. But that's your fucking fault, asshole. For every single time I fucking stop to eat, you gotta fucking yap. Maybe that's why I'm so angry. You've actually ruined one of my favorite things, which is eating. You fucking bitch. All these are gifted. How long has he been sub for? Man's been riding on gifts since for 42 months. Holy, almost 4 years, 3.5 years. Oh my goodness. Dragor. Do I do the Black Shrine solos? I do. I do them. Am I happy about the delay? No. I'm so tired of delays. I'm so fucking tired of delays. Especially after they already delayed it for how many months? Ugh. Yeah, they're doing a good job with delays right now. That's right. We're not even a month. We're in still the same month as the Calpheon Ball. What was the other thing that got delayed? Farming as well? You also have to remember that when Pearl Abyss is talking about their overall player base, sometimes it also, like, makes you wonder, are they including the people that don't even play anymore, that quit? Are they considered in this proportion of people that contribute to that 20%? Or contribute against that 20%, I guess? Because if that's the case, then that... What's that 20% mean if we start saying active players? What is that percentage? If accounts that don't play anymore are included in that.
Have you ever had a dream that you get don't you wanna don't
Like when they say 20% of the player base, can we get some specifics on what you guys constitute? When I say you, I mean Pearl Abyss, as an actual player? You would think so, right? You would think so. But considering that they've used that, it would appear in the past that they've included those accounts. Then now we have inconsistencies. That what, they're going to include them when it's convenient, but not when it isn't? Once again, Pearl Abyss showing that inconsistency is the thing they're most consistent about. You have a fucking problem, Dragor. Like an idiot, I sold all my Okila piece of Old Moon. Why would you be sitting on a bunch of them? Those are just an item you get from the vendor. Did you actually get those somehow? Yo, I got 40 of them! Wait a fucking minute! Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right, Divios. Back to the original, what we expected. Back before they delayed it the first time, and we were like, ooh, wait a minute, maybe they're going to incorporate it into Adania Part 2 and do like a 10-tier system and yada 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 yada, because that was exciting. They had me excited about it, and I was like, okay, fine, delay it till Adania Parts 2, it makes sense. Do you think they still do that? Well, maybe. I mean, they eventually will replace all slots, so it's kind of more of a when. Hairline moving back. Yeah, luckily I don't have a bald spot here yet. As soon as I start getting a bald spot here, it's all coming off. I'm gonna start shaving it. Seraph? Oh, it's Seraph? Yeah. I mean, I'll probably still pop on it whenever they do an update and stuff for it, but like I said, you guys, the Seraph wasn't a replacement for my Sage. They would have had to make it more Paladin-like for it to be a true replacement. Maybe male Velk will be my replacement for Sage. Every time somebody says male archer, that shit cracks me up. Hitting aside though, I don't know how many of you guys played Lineage 2, but in that game, depending on the race of your character, your class was different. And I remember like for I don't know if it was Ranger or Archer on there, but the range class on there, the human version was Hawkeye, and it was actually really cool. Like depending on the race of your character, it was, I can't remember what all the different Ranger variants were called. But yeah, it was cool. They would have different strengths and weaknesses. Some versions of that class would be a little bit more mobile. Some would be harder hitters, but slower. I thought that was kind of cool how they handled that on Lineage. Yeah. The Alchemy Stone's gonna feel exactly like the Adani armor. The Adani armors, you just wait till reset, do your weekly, and then do your clicks. The Alchemy Stone, just wait for your Rift Boss to spawn, do your clicks. The actual silver cost feels inconsequential. Yeah. I was saying that with the way they changed it. They just changed it, so I'm in the position now where I could probably not play another day and get full deck armors and Shining Alchemy Stone and still have silver left over without playing anymore. Will they still be sellable? I don't know. They were supposed to be sellable. Maybe they'll make them unsellable now? I don't know. I don't know what the intent is. Shit, with them being that much cheaper. Maybe I just wait and just put up an order for one. If instead of being 10 trillion silver, it just ends up being 3 trillion, maybe I just say fuck it, it's only 2% cast speed. And there will be somebody who gets lucky and clicks it and then goes to sell it because they would rather have the silver. They would rather use that silver for deck weapons. Maybe I just wait and try to buy one instead. It's only 2%? Well, it was 0.2, not 2%. But who knows what it is now? We don't know the new price. They didn't show it. Remember, click the pin message. Everything in there is what I know. So you can know what I know. Click the goddamn link. Why? Why do you, Thirsty, feel obligated to have everything accessible to you? Do you realize how narcissistic that is? You're effectively saying that, no, you guys at the top should have nothing to work on, only we should have things to work on, and it should be accessible to us. Do you realize how narcissistic your take is? It's absolutely obnoxious. Hey, you said it. You typed it, not me. There, guess what? Guess what? It's okay to not have everything. It's okay. You don't have to have everything. People need to get this out of their heads that they should have access to everything. Guess what? I want you guys to have things to work on, and I want things to work on. Not just because of an artificial time gate either. I'm not asking adding content, Dragor. Progression. There's a difference. I'm not saying release a whole new expansion that's only accessible to me. That's obnoxious. Just make sure there's progression. And that's fucking easy. So don't pretend like it isn't. But have progression available to everybody. All different tiers. All different tiers of player. Whether it's the 0.1%, the 1%, the 10%. Cater to the whole player base. But you guys saying, well, they shouldn't care about the 0.1%. You do realize that you're now doing exactly what you're accusing the 0.1% of doing, right? You don't realize the irony in that statement that you guys make. Cater to the whole player base.
Have you ever had a dream that you could go do you want to go do you could go
All this talk of catering, I'm hungry. See, Dragor? We got something in common there. I play this game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser. I wish we were all at like a big old LAN party right now and we could order like 20 pizzas and we could all just sit around the table and shut the fuck up for a minute and just sit there and listen to each other. Oh, this piece is good. Well, exciting is subjective. I'm not asking for exciting. I'm gonna remove that mute so fucking fast. I'm gonna remove that mute so
fucking fast. What was I saying? Oh, exciting. Exciting is subjective. I just want a reason to be on this hamster wheel too. Because right now, it feels like there's no reason for me to be spinning this wheel. You guys have a reason to spin the wheel. I don't.
Spiggity boom, spiggity bum, spiggity boom, boom. Yes, 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 yes.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
I play this game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser. Yeah. That conversation was hilarious. Because if I'm not mistaken, the whole reason why Choice made that app is because Pearl Abyss was originally making something and it was on Global Lab that would track your loot. But then it just somehow along the way got forgotten, and Pearl Abyss never moved forward with it. And he's like, fine, if they're not going to do it, then I'll pay someone to do it. So, if he's in fact now saying that they copied him when he clearly copied them, and then the community saying he should sue them, oh, too funny, too funny. Do people actually use that app? Sure, yeah. I mean, it's fun to track how much you make.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine, and you're not really fine, and you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they're deciding to make it Marnie only. I would imagine that's a temporary thing, though. I would imagine that once that gets added to the game, people start pressuring PA to make it an all-the-time thing or anywhere thing, and then PA will eventually do that too. Probably to limit the amount of logging required. Well, the logging can all be done locally, right? It's not like it has to even put any load on the server. Like, this can be a completely local thing where it tracks how much you're making. It doesn't have to be involved with the server. Yeah, I know they're not doing it locally, but they don't have to do it that way. I don't know why they would try to make sure it's only local. Or sorry, only not local. Well, if they want to track more data, then they should make it everywhere, right? That's kind of a self-defeating argument. If the argument is they want to limit the amount of data coming in, but then the argument is they want as much data as possible, it's like, okay, well, which is it? Now you're making two completely contradictory arguments. The thing is, too, is they could have it local, but then also make it just pull random samples from around the community if they wanted to limit the amount of data that they had to deal with on their end. The global lab version works at all spots, not just Marnie. Is it already on global? I didn't even bother looking for it when I was on global. Oh, you're talking about the original one. Gotcha. Gotcha. I thought like the new one you're talking about. Maybe their thought process was, these Adanias aren't making enough money, we need to make people want to go into Marnie's realm, so we'll make this Marnie only? Do you think they can maybe be using like a backwards logic like that, and that's why they said only Marnie? Stop jumping bean. Oh, I still dig Seraph, but yeah, my Sage is still my main. They do more changes to Seraph. If they give her like some heals and stuff with Rabombs and some utility and make her more paladin-like with that, then she could become a main. Because she's fun to play. But yeah, I'm still a Sage main. I still like my Sage. The cron downgrade scam? Oh, you're talking about the time where the guy forgot to click crons and then made a fake video making it look like he did use crons and it still downgraded? Yeah. That was proven to be a fake video. Also, there was no proof that Perlibus ever compensated him either for it. Looks like that was fake as well. No, they never do. That whole situation, pretty sure was fake from top to bottom. The tickets, everything, all fake. And then all of the idiots on Reddit just latched onto it like it was their mother's tit. Because none of them are capable of critically thinking for themselves. If you're fake, they do it? Nope. Once again, they did not do that for fake either. They restore deleted items. They do not restore failed enhancements. They did never, ever, ever restored a fail enhancement for fake uni. That was also, once again, misinformation spread by Reddit because they're incapable of critically thinking. All they did is recover deleted items. Well, Cacao was incompetent. I believe Cacao potentially doing that in the past, but that's not Perlibus. That I believe, because Cacao, there was actually, fun fact. So, my good friend Trep, back in the day when you had to use weapon swaps to swap your gear, Trep swapped his Penzarka, his Pendandy, and his Tet Kudum to another character. And then he changed his mind and wanted them swapped back. So he sent Cacao a ticket. And when they swapped those items back, they didn't notice that the Kudum was Tet. And they swapped the Kudum to Pen. So he ended up upgrading his Kudum to Pen when he got them to swap it back. And that was Cacao. Cacao was completely incompetent. I miss Cacao. Shut up. No, you don't. Oh, man. No, you don't. Take that back right now. All of you. Don't you ever say you miss Cacao ever again. If Cacao was around, we would have the Alchemy Stone revamp ages ago. No, we wouldn't. Cacao was a publisher, not a developer. Don't confuse those things. Once again, Reddit players, they confuse those things regularly. Things were slower under Cacao, not faster. Because now you had to deal with... Pearl Abyss had to dealing with all the different separate publishers. Cacao would have made it happen for us. Shut up, all of you. Don't even... Oh my god, you make me so angry. He's a developer of Crimson Desert. True. You really think you know better than all of Reddit? Yeah, my bad. Oh, my bad. Cacao burns down every product they touch. We should be thankful that Black Desert still exists after Cacao touched it. Take a look at Elian. What was it called? Was it called Elian Online? Elian something? Take a look at ArcAge. And guess what? Chrono Odyssey, baby! That's gonna be Cacao! They're publishing it! For all you people excited about Chrono Odyssey.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Cacao can't do anything about the games being broken? Yes, they can. They can make it worse by having terrible support and not dealing with cheaters. They can make things worse. They can't make things better, but they can make them worse. No, it isn't. Oh my god, Renetics, there is no shot you're saying that with a straight face. I'm not getting baited. Are you gonna pretend like the first years of Black Desert didn't exist? Nah, I'm not taking the bait. I'm throwing it back, chat. I almost tried to reel it in. I'm throwing it back. Yeah. I mean, I'd say PA replies, but then people are going to say, well, you're a partner. You probably got a special thing on your account. So, I'm not even going to bother. Once it's max level, you can do that. And to do that, you... Here, let me wait till the next AFK phase, and I'll try to remember to show you. Done with Savior? Not done with Savior, but I missed my Sage. It takes significant less brain power to grind on Sage because I just have the muscle memory just burned in so well. Quit Savior forever? Yeah. Until it becomes busted. And then I'm gonna play it full time and dunk on all you losers. Making a list of all you yappers that are trying to bait me. I'm gonna find you in game. My Savior's gonna do dirty things to you. Remember my Guardian? Yeah. Good old thick axe booty. The good old Evasion Warrior days, yeah. Back when people really didn't understand evasion, and they're like, I can't believe this, he's evasion. You can't even block with, or you can't even dodge with your block. Remember how many people believe that? That when you couldn't dodge while blocking? That was funny. That was funny. Yeah, Awakened Warrior, not only did Awakened Warrior get its awakening first, but it was the strongest of all the awakenings. So that first, like, week or two when you were the only awakened class, oh my god. Quite literally a god. We were very quickly becoming Warrior Desert Online. Like, I'm pretty sure there's some screenshots out there of, like, the first page of Relevant was like 12 warriors in every node war in Siege. To make things even crazier, the very first Karanda that spawned, I got a dandy box, and then I got that shit to try within 30 minutes of getting it. And back then, try was a big deal. I hear pings going off. I think this is Divios. Yeah. Milkmaid, God of War, Rajan. Oh, I miss Rajan. Viona, me, Devilius. I think Slayer was a warrior. Kimchi, O'Gripel, yeah. That was a warrior. I don't think Finn was a warrior. I don't think Ego is a warrior. Bleat Warrior, obviously. I think Corrupts was. Man. I forgot Goods played that long. You also got Jack there. Man, there's so many people. Holy fuck. So many old names there. Man, those screenshots. Yeah, Warrior Desert Online. Philothea? Do you have a character named Philothea, Kinjar? Because there's this guy named Entity TV. That's not you, right? I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure at that time we were in the same guild together. Yeah, I thought so. I thought that was somebody completely else. Oh yeah. Or remember the people who knew that the boss bundles would eventually get boss gear put in them? So they kept doing their bosses and stuff and saving every single bundle. So the day they added the boss gear to the bundles, they could just open them all. Oh yeah, workers. So if you want your worker to... Here, I'll just invest in this node. Hopefully you have a worker there, right? So if you want a worker to bring it to a city, it has to be level 40, and then you just pick the city from this menu. And that's where it'll drop off the materials.
I am cheating! I am a hacker!
Right? Those names are a fucking flashback. It's like a trip through time. Yeah. The crazy thing about Warrior back then is this was an environment where everybody was like, what? Not even 200 AP yet. They're like 170 AP or something. But as soon as you hit Q block and LMB, you got like plus 55 AP or some shit, or 45 AP. I think it was 20 for one and 25 for the other. And you would tap LMB while holding Q and you would get both buffs up. But just like a plus fucking 55 or 50 AP or some bullshit. So like, oh my god, it was so obnoxious. Yeah. And the lingering essay, yeah. Completely unCCable. And grave digging and slashing the dead had CCs on them. They bound. And infinite head chase and infinite armor break. Armor break had a forward guard and you could spam it. What was the most OP class we had so far? Depends. Suck Ninja, definitely number one, but it was for such a short period of time, most people will never remember it. There was a period where when they first added the successions, Suck Ninja ignored DP. So they could actually go a full DP setup and still one-shot you, because it was like you had 0 DP. And it didn't matter how much DP you put on, they would still one-shot you. Suck Wizard definitely has the longest stretch of being overpowered at like over a year. Suck Megu was nuts on release. Not Suck DK, just DK in general when DK was first added. It was nuts on release. Awakened Drac had a pretty long stretch, but they weren't... Awakened Drac was like a couple months after. They did like a bunch of buffs to it. Mystic had a stretch where it was really good too for quite a while. The reason why Mystic was so good was because of DK and Wizards. Because Wizards were dominating Siege so much and DKs were dominating everywhere. They decided to add gauntlets to the game and just make them naturally counter casters, magic classes. And Mystic was basically unkillable to magic classes for a long time. And the best grinder in the game. Yeah. For Sage, the funny thing is Sage isn't even that much weaker than it was. It just, they brought its asthma back, even worse than it was before they buffed it. Because when they buffed Sage's stamina, they actually nerfed some stamina in some other areas. So when they basically undid the bolt change stamina changes, now we not only have the bolt back to practically how it was, but we still have those other nerfs. Yeah. The thing is even before those buffs, Sage was decent. It had major stamina problems. They should have just addressed the stamina problems instead of buffing every fucking thing in the kit while getting rid of the stamina. If they just would have addressed the stamina problems back then Sage would have been fine. And it would have been more enjoyable to play. Because feeling like you're fighting anything on a timer until you run out of stamina is... It feels miserable when you feel like you're on a timer to win and nobody else is. Because at that point, it's not a timer to win. It feels like you just got a countdown until you automatically lose. Sage is like how you would want fighting a Sork to be. Where Sork is one of those classes where if you leave him alone, he will wreak havoc. And if you pressure him, you feel like you're wasting your time. And Sage feels like that, but you can actually run the Sage out of stamina. Where the Sorks, once they run out of stamina, they start using fragments. Or shards, or whatever they're called. Well, one's your total stats and the other's just your score from your gear. I don't know. Kind of self-explanatory in the name. I don't know how else to explain it. Hey Kanjara, do you know what the current plan is for our boss group? I can't remember what Huntler said. We're doing it a little bit earlier tomorrow, right? We're doing it an hour earlier than our regular time, but tomorrow? I think that's what he said. Already back on Sage? You do realize that normally when I play another class, I last about 20 minutes on it. Right? I'd say it got more time than like the last 30 classes I played together. It was something fun to fuck around on. That's it. Seraph only had the potential to become a main of mine if it was more paladin-like. All it is a more flowy warrior. That's it. Which was fun. I just wonder what's going to happen to Awakened Warrior now. Nothing? That's probably the right answer. Oh, man. Cooking all? Yeah. Hey, look at that. I can charge my mouse during the AFK phase. See, chat? Ooh, look at that. Little mouse charger. Just instantly get it on there. Ooh. Surprised you can't charge while in use. Why? Trickle charging is typically a bad thing for battery life, right? Plus, the battery lasts like 2 weeks on this thing before I need to charge it, so just having a little stand to put it on when I'm done at the PC for the day is plenty. Not to mention it allows there to be less weight in the mouse. Well, in order to wirelessly charge like that, you have to have a pad to set it on, right? It's not just going to magically charge from like a couple feet away. It's something that has to be over, and then it recharges it through using magnets and shit, right? And creating a electrical field or whatever. I don't know what the actual jargon is for it. Three weeks? Yeah. That's exactly what I have. It might be 3 weeks. It's a long time. I rarely have to recharge it. Which is kind of a bad thing. Because it's so rare to have to recharge it, you just forget about recharging it. And then all of a sudden the battery starts flickering. The light starts flickering. But now I don't have to worry about that because I just have a little stand. Just put it on the stand when I walk away from the PC and I'll never have to worry about it running out of charge ever again. I'm actually cleaning between some of the cracks on it. I just noticed some of them have a little bit of dirt in them. You put the charging mat under a normal mouse mat. See, that feels annoying, because now it's just elevated even higher. I liked what Kinjara did. He actually had a giant cork mat for his desk. and then he had an indent for the charging mats that he put in the cork, basically, and then had a whole desk mat over top everything. So now it was a completely seamless transition. Yeah. That's the way to do it. Then you don't even notice anything underneath. It just feels like it's on a desk, but then it's wirelessly charging. Can't remember if you must not be using that. I can't remember, Kanjar. Why'd you stop using that anyways? I don't think he's here, actually. I think I said something to him earlier and he didn't respond. Man, Vert's still on Ashes? Is he sponsored by them? I'm surprised he's been playing that as much as he has been. Oh, I keep forgetting to add. Boom! Code Zethy in chat. Make sure you use code Zethian at checkout. He's been absorbed into the cult. Might be having fun. When he was in here, I should have asked him what his favorite things are about it. Because there's obviously going to be some good things about it. Such a shame, too, because I love sci-fi games. I was excited for Star Citizen, but at this point, even if they released, I don't know. Played Warframe? I did not know. I just wasn't into a sci-fi game like that. I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe I was absorbed in other things. I probably would have enjoyed it. My favorite sci-fi game. I don't know if I have a favorite one. There's so many that just, like, they were good in some ways, but shitty in others. Like, I played Elite Dangerous for a little while, and that was fun. I like the way the flight and everything felt, but the game was just so hollow when I played it. There was, like, nothing to it. Yeah, Glazy, 1000%. That's the biggest issue. As a new player, it doesn't feel good to have to sit there, not get any gains, and just save up silver for one upgrade. Alchemy Stone system. The new Alchemy Stone got delayed. We're no longer getting it in 2 more days. We're now going to be 23 more days. Just the mic. It has a really good microphone. Let me show you. I did a lot of research when I was trying. So I used to do a standalone mic and headphones, and I got tired of having a microphone arm on the desk and having to deal with a microphone in my way. And I wanted to go back to just using a headset. So I looked into headphones and headsets and headsets and headsets, and I tried to find one with as good of a mic as possible that wasn't going to absolutely destroy my wallet. And this one was the one that I ended up settling on. But the only thing I have is the NVIDIA background noise removal. That's the only thing I have on. There's no bass boost or anything. This headset. If you type in exclamation mark PC, it'll show all my PC stats, except for my newest monitor. I should actually see if they've added my monitor on there yet, because my monitor is pretty new. Shit, I can't even remember the brand name of my monitor. Does it feel lightweight? No, it's not meant to be a lightweight headset. I mean, you see how big these headphones are? It's good quality too, right? There's like metal and stuff. These hinges and shit turn too, so like watch this. Like I can I guess you can't hear me while I'm talking. But like where the ear pads connect to the band, like this is metal. It's really nice. It has a really thick hinge there that you're not going to be worried about breaking. I like it. Shit. What monitor do I have again, Jara? I gotta take a look at our chat history. I had to scroll up my conversation with Kanjar. I guess I could probably just press the button in front of me, can't I? Fuck, it doesn't have it there either. Damn it. Does it hurt your ears since I wear glasses? No, it doesn't actually. Maybe my ears are calloused on the backside. My glasses... I mean, the arms are thin, but they're not that thin. But, like, they don't press super hard on my ears. Actually, they don't really press on my ears at all. They're kind of, like, the top of my ear is resting inside of the pad. The outer rim of this pad isn't pressing on my ear. So maybe that's why I don't feel it on my ears. Because I have had headphones in the past that they're pressing on my ear, and then my arm of my glasses are behind my ear, and then that causes some irritation. But these don't do that. Okay, where's this monitor at? Fuck, maybe I should just take a look at my order history. Oh wait, maybe this is it. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so... Holy fuck, I still have that tab open. Here, I better move before I burn to death here. Holy fuck, another one of those tabs open. Jesus. Okay, let's see. We have the Asus. Oh, here. XG27 ACMS. Ah, they do have it on here now. Hell yeah. Okay, so I will add this to the part picker. I will remove the old monitor, although it's my side monitor now. And we will save. There we go. There we go. Updated the command. I love this monitor. What? Oh, that's the ACS, not ACMS. There's WCMS. Can you post a link? Oh yeah, absolutely. Is that good? If you like ultra wide curve monitors, sure. Yeah. If I didn't stream, I would have an ultra wide. But I don't like making you guys. Every time I go to a stream and they're playing on an ultra wide and you got those black bars on the stream, or the edges are cut off because they're trying to make sure the whole real estate is filled, both of those look terrible to me. So, yeah, I don't use an ultra wide for you guys. Otherwise, I probably would. It's your fault? No, it's my fault wanting to cater to you guys. I should be a piece of shit and say, fuck you guys. Instead, I'm all... Fuck you. Damn, that's so nice of you, Pyro. That's so nice of you. What a swell guy. Oh, shit. What are you doing? Playing when you're maxed out? Nothing. I play the game because I enjoy it, not because I'm trying to max out. I already have enough resources to max everything out. I could not play another day and I still have enough saved up right now to max everything out. I play because I enjoy the game. I enjoy hanging out with you guys. I play for the journey, not the destination. The level 100 win? When the picture your mom sent me at Christmas time finishes printing. The average loot someone does in an hour at Orbito, was it 4 or 5? I'm not sure. I didn't really grind much there after they changed it. I think it slowed everybody down, right? When they did the changes? Remember back in the days when some of the skills, you had to be level 79? Oh yeah, some of the original like attack speed ones, right? I think it was like the wizard attack speed passives. I'm a big fan of the old Yo Mama jokes. It's not anything personal to anybody's mothers. It was a simpler time. Seeing how creative people could get. I don't know, I like Suck Warrior still. I would probably be more likely to play Suck Warrior than Savior, to be honest. If I were to choose to main one or the other, I'd probably choose Suck Warrior before Savior. Suck Warrior's probably super comfy with the charging thrust super armor now too. That was a bigger change for Suck Warrior than it was for Awakening. I have 3 Splendid Stones, yes. See? I have all 3 of them. I might be the only person on NA with all 3. Although there is somebody with a Shining, so that's more impressive. Have 1 Shining than 3 Splendids. Will I go for Shining eventually? Whenever they implement this new easy system. Damn it. Fuck. I'll have to clean my glasses during the next AFK phase. I made 2 of them. One times 10 trillion Elkstone? Nope. It's not 10 trillion anymore. Latest Global Lab change is going to dramatically reduce the value of it. Now it's probably just going to be a couple trill. Looks like Shining's going to be approximately the equivalent of a deck weapon, and everything under it is going to be basically accessible to everybody. Having a Splendid is going to be like having a Pen Black Star. Nobody's going to bat an eye about it. Well, we don't know what the actual cost and shit's gonna be, but based off what they said, it's gonna be significantly cheaper. They also said, I don't remember where they said this. I gotta read the NA post, but just in general, it's gonna be a lot easier. Thank God, not thank God. It's perfectly fine having things that are extremely, extremely, extremely difficult to get, even for the 0.1%. Especially when the amount of stats is inconsequential. I was excited to have something that was going to cost like 10 trillion silver, and was going to have a really high weekly ticket cost of clicking it. All for just 2% attack speed. Which is a completely, like, it's nice, but it's not going to make or break anybody. We need things in this game that even the 0.1% are going to struggle and have to work their ass off for. This participation award mentality that Pearl Abyss has, where everybody should be able to get everything, is watering down the game, in my opinion. It makes things feel less impactful and boring. What's wrong with having something in the game that only 0.1% of the player base can go for, and it's a meaningless amount of stats that's gonna empty out the trillions of silver that they have saved up? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, I know. We already know about that. That's what we're talking about. I liked the old way. I don't want this new revision. Now, them making it specifically silver instead of crons, I think is fine. But them reducing the cost dramatically, that's what I take issue with. But we're talking about that. We don't need to read it. I'm specifically referencing that I don't like that. Gotta get this little thing off there. Gotta stop scratching and touch my face. Then I get a little fleck of skin on my glasses right in my vision. I want things that are completely obnoxious to get in the game. They made an exponential jump for the last 2 levels or something where the difficulty at the very end is preserved. That's exactly how it was. Everything up to Splendid, almost everybody in the game would have had a Splendid. It was just that step from Splendid to Shining, which was going to jump from 1.5 trillion, the equivalent of a deck weapon, to all of a sudden 10 trillion silver or more. That's exactly how it was. And I liked that. It gives something for the 0.1%, the 0.01% to dump their silver in. Yeah, I personally don't think it's fixed. I think they made it worse. I think it's better in the sense that it's just silver and not crons, because that brings back an environment where whales will need to swipe and sell costumes to free-to-play players. I think that symbiotic relationship has been ruined as of recently, and it helps that. But I don't think they shouldn't have reduced the cost of it. It should have been something that is exclusive and arduous. Yeah, and that's fine. Just because the community largely thinks something good, that doesn't mean that it's good. What if they said at the next ball, we're going to give everybody full deck armor and weapons? The majority of players would be excited about that. That doesn't mean it's a good thing. That doesn't mean it's a good change for the game. Popularity does not mean something is good. Yeah, and of course the reverse can be true. I think it's fair to say not having something for the 0.1% to work on is objectively bad. Remember, me complaining that they don't have something for the 0.1% to work on doesn't mean that they shouldn't add anything for you guys anymore. I'm just saying that they should have stuff for me and you, right? I think that's fair. I want them to cater to the whole player base, not just 99.9% of it. And it's not like I'm asking them to make like a whole expansion that caters just to the 0.1. I'm just saying, have some item in the game that's a massive silver sink to the 0.1. That doesn't take a ton of development time. That's it. And I think that's reasonable. People like to act like I'm saying that they should only cater to the 0.1, and I'm not saying that. Just give me something too. Weapon colors are short-lived though, like that's small stuff. So the best example I can make is like a TV series, right? When you're watching a TV series, each individual episode has its own little story for anybody who's tuning in for the first time. But every episode has an overarching story for the whole season, right? And that's what I want, is I want like an overarching progression. So I got little things to work on, but I also have a big thing to work on while I'm working on the little things. And don't, like, these artificial time gates, like, are annoying. It's just, they're artificially, forcefully stretching out content. Stretching out progression. And now you have no choice in it. So, like, I really don't like time gates. The only time gate that I thought was okay was Karazad. Because it was only a temporary time gate to people who were prepared at the very moment it was released. I still think that there still shouldn't be time gates and it should be effort gated. That instead of being able to just immediately dump in like months of resources and max it out, there should be something new added to the game that requires effort to go out and get to then use your resources on it, right? So this way you get people wanting to play the game in order to get their progression. Well, everything's RNG. If you don't like RNG, don't play BDO. I mean, that's just the name of the game. That's like going to NASCAR and being upset that they're just doing circles. Why'd you go watch NASCAR then? Imagine sitting there in the fucking bleachers and complaining, I can't believe they're just doing left turns. They need to cut that shit out. The fuck? Go watch something else then. I wanted it to be difficult for the 0.1%. It's not going to be difficult for the 0.1% anymore. You're not listening. I didn't say I only want it for the 0.1%. I said I want it to be difficult for the 0.1%. Open
your listening ears. And just like that, the redeems are disabled for the rest of the day.
So, like, why can't I have difficult things to work on? Do you disagree that something that works in capped being gated behind trillions was bad design? If it was something that only affected PvE open world uncapped, I would have fully behind it, like Adania Part 2 adding AP to the other. The 2% attack speed is just, it's an inconsequential thing. Yeah, technically there's a benefit, but if they really cared about capped, if they really cared about capped, then they would just make all capped content, just use Solaire gear anyways. So, I can't care about capped until they care about capped. It's as simple as that. And they clearly don't care about it. If they truly cared about keeping capped fair, they would have just made it all like Solaire gear to begin with. So, yeah. So, how about advocate for that instead, Vicious? I feel like that would be a better use of your time. Instead of fighting something I want, that could not even affect what you care about, if they cared about it. No, it's not a straw man. Because if you directed your attention towards what really mattered, which is their lack of being able to properly cap things, we could both have our cake and eat it. But instead, you're deciding to choose to put your effort to battle what I want instead of your actual problem. You're trying to impose your problem on me. They can do both of those things. Make it so capped, the integrity of capped matters, and I get something to work on. Well, you put in enough effort to type in all that, so don't act like you're putting in zero effort. My point is true. The problem you're worried about is something that can be resolved completely differently, and we can both have our cake and eat it. But instead, you're trying to put this straw man on me, like all of a sudden I should care specifically about capped when Pearl Abyss doesn't care about it, if you want to talk about straw man. How about instead of imposing your problem on me, which I agree is my problem too, I don't like capped as shitty as it is. I honestly think that capped should have been Solaire gear years ago. But that's its own problem. It doesn't have to overlap with this. The fact it overlaps with this is a problem in itself. It shows the other problem, the original problem with capped. Okay, there you go. Capped has its own problem. But I don't think because there's a problem somewhere else, that means we should continue making problems because it needs to cater to this other problem. I think that's fucking nonsense. Get that shit out of here. It's such a terrible way of thinking. That's what we call a downstream solution instead of an upstream solution. Do you understand the concept of upstream and downstream problems? So imagine you have a lake that's being polluted by a river. And instead of going upstream and finding out what's polluting the river, instead you invest millions of dollars into a dam that filters at the bottom, at the mouth of the river, so it doesn't pollute the lake. How about instead you go upstream, find out what's polluting the river, solve that problem, instead of trying to build this advanced filtration system at the mouth of the river? That's all I'm saying. Smarter solutions. And the solution for capped is simple, and we've all been saying it for years now. Just make all capped content, just use Solaire gear. Did I just see something get listed? Oh, it's too slow. Three-man grind spots? It will be nice to have some group grind spots, even though I most likely will not partake. I think MMOs should have ways for players to play together, and this game certainly lacks it, so bringing back some grind spots for the people who want to, I think is a very good thing. But I encourage people to think of this. Whenever you're thinking about a problem, think of it like a lake and a river. Right? You have a lake. And then you have a river that's polluting the lake. Right? It's polluting your lake. Instead, ask yourself, is your solution like trying to build an expensive dam right here? Here, maybe I should lighten up that. That's kind of bright. Is your solution to your problem trying to build an expensive dam? Holy fuck, that's still not that bright. Holy shit. There we go. There, that's better. Are you trying to build a dam right here? This is a downstream solution. An expensive dam to try to stop your river from getting polluted? Or an upstream solution, where instead you find out what the source is of the pollution and fix that. Pearl Abyss is terrible at only doing downstream solutions to problems. Every single time they do something that the community doesn't like, instead of addressing the problem that we have, they then try to make a solution to the problem they created. Pearl Abyss is fucking terrible for that shit. Or they try to sell the solution. Yeah. Good solutions target the problem upstream. Bad solutions target it downstream. You can't beat a dead horse? Yes, you can. Yes, you can, but it won't become any more dead. No, that's what people say when they say, oh, like in regards to the conversation we had earlier about your own personal data being out there. People are like, oh, well, all of your data's out there anyways, so who cares if it's officially out there, if you have to start using ID to log into things. That's the equivalent of, well, there's so much waste in the lake, so you might as well keep dumping. If you're trying to correlate that to me wanting having things work on, me wanting to have things to work on, then what you're effectively saying is the 0.1% shouldn't have things to work on that. Pearl Abyss should completely ignore the 0.1%. And I disagree with that. I think they should cater to everybody. Okay, and that's a Solaire problem. That's a cat problem. That's a problem people have been complaining about forever. Make all capped content Solaire only. That's better for the new player experience and better for capped. And now you don't have to worry about every single item that's ever added to the game, every single artifact, every single lightstone potentially affecting capped. It makes life easier for the developers in the long run as well. Yeah. Well, I don't like the notion of you shitting on my idea because you're so pessimistic about your idea, about your problem. Because what you're effectively saying now is my problem sucks and is unresolvable, so now my problem should now cause problems for you. That's effectively what you are saying. What's it matter what kind of stat it is, though? Just fix capped. Once again, you're so focused on the downstream solution instead of the upstream one. And it's just wasted energy. All you're doing is advocating for things to be worse for other people because you're so hopeless about your solution. And you know what's worse about that? Is now you muddy the water with your solution. Because if everybody got on board with the same solution and addressed it at the source instead of downstream, then it would be a lot less confusing for Pearl Abyss. All you do is just muddy the water. Make it more difficult for Pearl Abyss to understand what their problem is. Because they clearly struggle. There's no doubt in that. Why not remove caps and remove time gates? Caps are good. Caps are a good thing. You definitely need some caps. You can't expect every new player to have to invest like a year's worth of effort into the game just to be able to compete in PvP. That would make it so you would have like almost no new PvP players ever. Having a good, like something that's available to them to get a feel for it and motivate them to want to get into more uncapped PvP is a good thing. Yeah. Oh, you thought we were talking about PvE caps? Yeah, that's a completely other discussion. Once again, it's something the the BDO community has advocated for, and they didn't realize they were advocating for it. Right? People pissed and moaned, oh my god, how come these classes grind so much faster than those classes? Perlibus needs to make it so everybody grinds the same, and people don't realize that there's only two ways to make all classes grind the same speed. Either A, you make all classes the same, right? You make them all deal the same amount of damage, the same AoE size, the same cooldowns, the same pack-to-pack movement, the same polling, the same tankiness, all of that shit, right? You either do that, which makes the game very boring, all the classes lose their identity, or you attack the problem at at the grind spot level, right? Because there's only two sides to that coin. The class that's interacting with the grind spot or the grind spot itself. So, Perlibus said, okay, bet, you guys want PvE balance. So instead, since we don't want to homogenize all the classes, we're just going to cap everybody at the classes. So, people don't realize they advocated for this. People lack peripheral vision on the things that they advocate for. They only think about the solution that they want. They don't think about the feasible ways of getting there. And yeah, I think the game was better. I personally don't mind when some classes grind way faster than others. I actually think that it is perfectly fine. Like, for example, when Awakened Nova was the best grinder in the game. Still, even when it was the best grinder in the game, almost nobody cared. Because nobody played it, right? It was way too much effort. And I think that's good, right? If a class grinds 50% faster, but requires 50% more effort, I'm fine with that. I don't want to put in that effort. And I don't care if people that do want to put in that effort make extra money. They should be rewarded for that effort, right? I think it's a problem when classes that require no effort are grinding faster than everything else. That's when there's a problem in my mind. I don't think people advocated for this. They didn't realize it. Once again, my peripheral vision. People lack peripheral vision when they're focusing on something they're advocating for. They don't realize the unintended consequences of every single change you ask for, right? So, they didn't want this, but this was the only other way to get to what they wanted. Because classes are different, right? People think it's something as simple as, oh, just make every class do the same amount of damage in PvE. Well, guess what? There's still other factors that contribute to grind speed, like AoE size, pack-to-pack movement, pulling. So they started limiting all these things. You don't need pack-to-pack movement when you're just sitting at a tower, right? You don't need to worry about damage when everybody's AP is being capped down to 5%. Once you reach a certain speed, right? That's why I like to reference the monkey paw, right? It's an item that you make wishes on, and every wish you make, you get what you want, but not in the way that you wanted it. And we've seen that happen so many times in BDO. The community wants something, we get it, but it comes with its own unintended consequences. Same with like crystal swapping, right? In general, a very good thing. But it's also now created this environment where, because of crystal swapping, being able to have PvE-focused crystals at any time, it made them make more difficult PvE content. But now, while you're grinding that more difficult PvE content, you're completely unprepared to defend yourself from other players. That was the unintended consequence of it. They could remove PvE only stats, and they should. When they rebalanced AP in the game and monster AP, they should have got rid of monster AP completely and just rebalanced everything around just an AP stat. That's part of the reason why people are so frustrated. Like, your average normies that get angry at open world PvP, that's part of the reason they get angry at PvP, is because you have people who go around only attacking them when they're in their PvE setup, and they feel completely hopeless to fight back. And then even if they are willing to fight back, by the time they swap, the person just fucks off, right? And that makes the whole open world situation super annoying. It makes people just say, fuck open world PvP. Also, it's super annoying because even if the person does stick around after you swap to your PvP setup, now you just have to sit around and wait for them to keep coming back from node or respawn. At least back in the day, once you killed somebody, they would have to run back from node, and you could try to finish a rotation. And then they would come back, you'd fight a little bit more, the winner would then continue their rotation, right? So you could grind and PvP at the same time. It made it more enjoyable, right? But now you're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs. Is this person going to come back? Okay, fight again. You can't grind while you're in your PvP setup. Oh yeah, I probably will. Pearl Abyss is a company that is not willing to admit their mistakes. Once again, they'll do a downstream solution. They will create a problem that's poisoning the lake, and instead of addressing the problem that's poisoning the lake, they'll just try to go downstream and create a whole new solution, and that will come with its own set of problems. The equivalent of putting bubblegum on a leaky boat instead of just fixing the boat. What flavor bubblegum, though? I don't know. Popcorn. Or booger flavored. What are those candies? You can get candies that are like, have a bunch of random flavors to them. There's like a bunch of goofy flavors. Green apple is always delicious. I love green apple flavored candy. Oh, jelly beans. Yeah, that's not gum, that's jelly beans. Birdie Bots every flavored jelly beans. Is it called Birdie Bots? I don't remember that. Yo, I appreciate that cake scent. Maybe I shave my head to stand in solidarity with Enlave. How dare you guys make fun of him? That would help. Midnight. At that point, the only thing that would be left would be like crystals. And I think they should address crystals too. They should just merge the human damage crystals with the monster damage crystals. Yeah. Easier fix would be remove monster damage. Well, that wouldn't be the easier fix, but they had the opportunity when they were rebalancing all the grind spots in the game around a 5% AP cap. They could have did it then. And it would have been... I can't imagine it would have been much more work than them having to go rebalance everything for a 5% AP cap. But now that they're done with the 5% AP cap, I don't know. Now if they ever wanted to make it so you're equally capable of grinding in a PvE set, or sorry, grinding in a PvP setup and PvPing in a PvE setup, now you'd probably be better off just consolidating those items that create that polarity. That would be nice too, Veltus. Make it too so there's no cooldowns either. If you swap while you're dead, you don't need any cooldowns. Just make it instant. You can swap and then stand back up. But I also think that, once again, that's a downstream solution, right? That's a solution to a problem that, in my opinion, just shouldn't exist to begin with. We should be equally capable of fighting monsters and players in the same setup. Maybe a little bit of variance, but no more than like 5%. I would rather that. I would rather when somebody jumps me while grinding, I'm immediately able to defend myself. I don't have to wait till they kill me to swap. Oh yeah, 100% strat. Between that and them removing monster AP and player AP from add-ons, it felt like they were headed in that direction. When they made it so you no longer had a human damage add-on or a monster damage add-on, that immediately made things a lot easier to have your add-on set up for both. It's still not ideal for all classes, but it definitely made it a hell of a lot better. If they're going to restrict choices in that regard, should also add the quality of life instead of restrict choices and create problems. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, ideally, yeah, they don't make the problems, but if they do make the problems, at least give us something for them. Because you can't expect them to be perfect, right? You can't expect them to be able to anticipate every single interaction and how it's going to be positive or negative. So mistakes are going to happen. And if a mistake is unfixable without undoing what you did, but you insist you want to continue to do what you did, then yeah, come up with a proper solution for it. Because sometimes, right, you got to ask yourself, everything is a, one second. So yeah, everything is a balancing act, right? Every single time they make a change, they gotta ask themselves. They know that there's gonna be some negatives and there's gonna be some positives. Are the positives better? Are the negatives better? You're never gonna have 100% positive and 0% negative, right? So you gotta weigh those things. So in the areas, like if you are at something that's like 90% positive and 10% negative, find out a way to make it better for the 10%. Because obviously just removing it is a bad thing. Just because there's a 10% problem, that means that you have to not do something that's 90% good? No. So, sometimes there will be some collateral damage. You can swap pearl undies while moving? There's no shot that's true. I thought I had a clean pair of underwear, an extra clean pair of underwear. I guess not. I guess I've just been wearing the same shit. Oh, there it is. What do you mean? I can't swap them. This item cannot be used in your current state. There you go. It's the same limitation as anything else. If you do any type of CC ability, it locks you out from swapping it for a while. I did that. See, it's on my hotbar. Look, see? Can't swap it. This item cannot be used in your current state. It has the same limitations as other swaps. If you do any type of ability that has a CC attached to it, then for X amount of seconds, I can't remember the exact amount, you can't swap. That includes this underwear. Even if said ability is a PvE CC. So like, I can't do Divine Executioner into Rift Chain to try to get it swapped. That just buys me a little bit of time, that's it. I don't know why that limitation exists for PvE abilities as well. I understand for PvP, once upon a time, when they first added these bags for swapping gear, although I don't have any in my inventory, where is it? I know I have some in Trent. These boxes. No. Did they get rid of them? I can't remember. Oh, Morcos. Here we go. These Morco bags. You used to be able to put gear in those, and you could swap mid-combo or mid-being comboed. So you could put a DP setup in there and wear your full DP setup, and as soon as you caught the person, you could instantly swap to your AP setup and blow them up. Or if you got caught, you would either stay in it or instantly swap on your DP gear. And that was obviously a problem. That's why we have these ability, the limitations on hot swapping gear. Yeah, you should want Crimson Desert to succeed. You don't want it to fail, you guys. Pearl Abyss is a company that's trying to become a gaming company. It's not trying to be just the Black Desert company. It's trying to be a gaming company that has multiple IPs. So when the day comes that Black Desert fails or is replaced, which will eventually come, they have other IPs generating money for them, right? And if Crimson Desert succeeds, then now they're going to start working on a third project, right? But now if Black Desert and Crimson Desert are taking money, instead of Black Desert having to 100% fund this new project, they could have 50% Black Desert, 50% Crimson Desert funding this project, right? But it's not like if Crimson Desert fails, they're just going to say, oh no, I guess we're just the Black Desert company. They're going to still pick up a new project that they're going to want to start working on. But once again, it's going to be 100% backed by Black Desert, instead of some of that money being able to come from Crimson Desert. You want them to grow as a company. You don't want them to be stagnant. You don't want them to be worse. You want them to grow. And guess what? If Crimson Desert is successful and generates a good amount of money, they can take some of that money and put that into the next project. And then the next project. And the thing is Crimson Desert can generate good money. If it's a good game, they could have microtransactions, they could have cosmetic transactions like Where Winds Meet has, right? Apparently Where Winds Meet is making money hand over fist right now off their cosmetics. They could do that with Crimson Desert. They could do DLCs as well. And guess what? Instead of those DLCs being backed by money being earned from Black Desert, maybe if the initial success of Crimson Desert will provide them enough money that the DLCs can be made exclusively from Crimson Desert money, right? But wanting Crimson Desert to fail is wanting Pearl Abyss to fail. If you think that every single secondary project, Pearl Abyss, if they keep investing money in secondary projects that fail, it will sink the company eventually. And guess what? Black Desert, no matter the state it's in, will go down with it. How about wishing the company success? If you want Black Desert to be more successful, you want Pearl Abyss to be successful. I don't know if Crimson Desert's going to be good enough. I don't know if they're going to make back. I don't know how much money they've invested into it, to be completely honest. I don't know how efficient they were with the development. I do know if the game looks beautiful. I know the combat felt good when I played it. It felt like there was depth to it. I have no idea how good the story is going to feel. You're not in for $200 eventually. All of those things you just mentioned, a lot of them are conveniences that are earned. That you eventually say, hey, I'm enjoying this. I'm going to spend a bit more, make things a little bit more convenient. It's not something that you all of a sudden just buy them all the first minute you're playing the game. Pets are not convenience, but new players get a lot of pets right from the get-go. And going from tier 1 pets to tier 4 pets is definitely a convenience. Going from no pets to pets, yeah, you can't even play the game without pets. You're not manually looting. You can get a ton of pets now just playing without having to spend a dime. And I've been seeing pets regularly hitting the market. I don't know if they have some type of bundle right now that's including them, but multiple times this week I've noticed, and that's only the times I've noticed, I've seen pets hitting the market. Yeah. Take a look at Grimkill. I'd be interested in what kind of initial purchases he makes. Most players eventually spend more than $60, but the way you're articulating it, Strat, is you're making it like it's mandatory that a new player immediately, like in the first month, is spending $200. And that's not the case. Most people will come in, if they start liking the game, then they'll buy a couple of those things, and then over time they slowly trickle in more and more. And how do you come up with that number, the average player? Is that averaging in the whales into the free-to-play players? Reverse, are you counting all the people who started playing the game but then stopped and never spent a dime? I feel like we're just grabbing numbers because they sound good right now. What time frame of player are we talking about? Are we talking about a player that just picks up the game for a month and then stops playing? Are we talking about people who play for years? Well, I think it's kind of typical to get to want to ignore specifics if the specifics potentially damage your argument. I highly disagree that your average player spends $200 in, like, let's say the first month of playing this game. I think most people spend significantly less than that, and you specifically stated $200 initially. When you first immediately started trying to attack his argument. Now, $60 is certainly more reasonable. I could definitely agree that most people, by the time they played the game for a month, have probably spent $60 to make the gameplay more convenient. But you originally said 200, and then you moved that goalpost. It would be interesting if they had that data, and I'm sure they do. I wonder if they have that. It'd be cool if they. I would be interested in seeing like what the correlation is to the life of an account and its spending. Like how much by time the 30-day mark, how much does your average account spend? By the 60-day, by the 90-day, by the 180-day, by the 1 year mark. I'm sure they're 100% aware of what those milestones are. That if they keep a player in the game, what's going to be their average return off of that time in the game? Yeah. I agree with Brownie. They could end up... Although Pearl Abyss seems terrible at wanting to monetize through cosmetics, so it leads me to believe that they won't monetize Crimson Desert through cosmetics. But it does look like they could be a similar game to Where Winds Meet. And who knows, maybe they do. Yeah, gotcha cosmetics. Honestly wish Pearl Abyss would do that instead too, instead of progression. I don't know if Where Winds Meet has their open world, or... I know there are some group aspects to it, but every single time I tune into a Where Winds Meet stream, they're all just doing something solo. Which doesn't necessarily mean it's a solo game, because by that logic, you could make the same argument for Black Desert just being a solo game. But... what about... I mean, in Dark Souls, you can play with other people, right? You can invade their campaign or they can invade yours or some shit like that. Does that mean that that's no longer a solo player game? Single player plus? Maybe that's the categorization we need for Where Winds Meet. Maybe it's also like a single player plus game. Because how much do the guilds, like, sure, yeah, maybe you could have a guild, but just because you have a tag over your head that someone else does too on their game, but you guys never play with each other. I don't know. Right now, it feels goofy, because I don't think you played Where Winds Meet, and I haven't played Where Winds Meet. But we're both trying to say what it is. We need some, like, Where Winds Meet players to tell us what it is. Where Winds Meet is Monster Hunter. That kind of makes sense to me. You just run around, collecting things, doing things. You can play with other players. You go kill bosses to collect materials and shit. I swear most of the time that's what I see people on Where Winds Meet doing shit that seem very similar to that. Maybe it is a solo plus, single player plus game. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's not a game. Skeptic will do it. Will say anything to try to hype up and convince people to play games with him, though. Too. So I do agree with the statement that maybe not the best, maybe not the best resource. That man will fucking be a snake in the grass to try to play with his homies, and I respect it. He just loves playing with his friends. Wait, who said Crimson Desert would ever become the #1 source of revenue for PA? Strat? Who said that? No one said it? Okay. Just making sure you're not implying somebody else said that, because nobody said that. I don't think anybody expects that. Maybe at best, maybe for the first month of release, if it has a lot of hype for that month. It's the primary breadwinner, but it certainly wouldn't be something sustainable. Hey, 20% would cover a month. If it hit 20% of the revenue for a year, that would mean the month of release it did fucking fantastic. I think that would be a huge success. I don't know. I feel like if that were the case, then we would already see it in their data. They do quarterly earning reports, and there's no doubt that they do. They do make money, and I know some people will look at it and say, "But they're reporting losses." People don't realize how companies are. they purposely reinvest profits so they don't come out as profits anymore, and this way they pay less taxes, and they use, instead of giving that money to the tax man, they use it to improve their business. Anybody who sits there and looks at the quarterly reports and when they see negatives, they're like, oh, Perlibis is failing. They just don't understand business. That's all they're telling me. Every single company in the existence of companies do their best to avoid reporting profits. That doesn't mean they're not making money. That means that they are avoiding the tax man. How much did they pay you to make Crimson Desert? We don't know. I don't know if we'll ever know that. But they do show, Perlibis does show their gross earnings, right? So that's not showing, like, they show a variety of things, but they do show their gross. And if the gacha boxes were as insanely profitable as Strat is saying they are, we certainly didn't see that type of increase in their quarterly earnings, in their gross quarterly earnings, since they've started doing the gacha boxes. There's no doubt those boxes are making the money, though. But all in all, I hope Crimson Desert does well. Crimson Desert failing won't make things better for Black Desert. It will make things worse. Wait, why would I yell at you about that, Boba? I'm excited for Crimson Desert as well. I actually got to play it. The game looks beautiful and the combat felt fun. I just don't have any idea of how the story is going to feel as you play through it. How are the side quests going to feel and stuff like that. And those are pretty important factors for a game of that style. So I hope that they do well with those. But the gameplay felt good and the game looked beautiful and ran beautiful. Those two thoughts were unconnected? Oh, okay. I thought they were connected. They just need to announce BDO will get the Crimson Desert engine. It'll all be for... The probability of that happening is less than 1%. And even that is... I don't think people realize what an undertaking that is. Porting over a game from one engine to another. If Perlibis ever did decide to do that, I would become the world's biggest Perlibis simp. But I would also be terrified at the same time, because I can't imagine them doing that properly and things not getting worse before they get better during the transition process, right? Like, I feel like that initial launch of BDO on the Crimson Desert engine, on the, what do they call it, the Black Space engine? That initial, that first 6 months would probably be one of the roughest 6 months in BDO history. I can't even imagine how spaghettified the Black Desert code is. how many old systems are still sitting there in the game files all tangled up with other systems that aren't being used. And they would have to address so much of that shit. Otherwise, I'm sure it would just do nothing but cause problems if they just copied and pasted it into a new engine. And it's funny because a lot of people treat it like that's all they have to do. Oh, just copy and paste it in the new engine. Oh, the warrior feels way different than that, and he's not a suck warrior. That character is whatever you want it to be. It depends on the weapon you have equipped. It's probably just going to happen that his starting weapons are sword and board. Yeah. I really liked Crimson Desert strat. Like, the combat felt simple but complicated at the same time. Like, for example, like every ability you do has multiple different uses depending on how you initiate that ability. So like if you're just standing still and you hit L and B, it does like a normal auto attack. Kind of like, for example, like I think one of the best examples is my auto attack on Sage, right? If I'm standing still, it just does that. But if I'm holding sideways, he does like a little hop. And if I jump and tap L and B, he does that. Well, it's like everything in Crimson Desert is designed like that. Where whether you're walking, standing, sprinting, strafing, that input does a completely different interaction. And they chain together differently. And on top of that, you can enhance all of those attacks as well with either a specific magic element or just magic in general. So like all of the attacks and inputs themselves are individually separate, but there's so many different ways you can combo them together to amplify them and make them interact differently. At one point, they showed a trailer that looked like there was female characters, but it could have been just a side character they were showing off. I imagine there will be a lot of references to Black Desert to get the Black Desert player base to be like, oh shit, yo, that was my class in BDO, sick, right? Like I'm sure at some point Sage will show up. And anybody who plays Sage is gonna be like, fuck yeah, that's me! That's me! Yeah. Well, I feel like Crimson Desert, I don't know. When it comes to Souls-like games, or Where Winds Meet, do people play through the story, or do people just spam R in those games too? A mix? Okay. Well, that's because it's not that Black Desert is a bad story. They're just terrible at telling it. And because it's so far and few between when we get content, it's like, okay, you wait a year, and then you get like 4 more lines of story. So it's hard to feel involved in the story when they're so bad at telling it, and you get it in such small pieces over such large portions of time. Idania was probably the first time when they did what I felt was a good amount of story that seemed to tie into the whole universe. But like, everything that happened with Land of the Morning Light just feels like it's whole other side bullshit that nobody really fucking cares about. And like, 100% show, right? 100% justified, I mean. No, that was the point of Land of the Morning Light, but you can't expect people to be involved in BDO's story when how long did we have to wait for Land of the Morning Light? And then how long did we have to wait for something new after that? That's my point, is we had probably a 2-year period where there was like nothing story-wise. So of course people are going to fall out of love with it. It's like a TV series, right? If you don't watch a TV series for a couple years, you're going to completely forget about that it even existed. And when you jump back into it, you're not going to have the same emotional involvement in the story that you did when it initially, like when you were first watching it, right? And it's like that non-stop with BDO, where there's just these super long breaks that you just lose this attachment to the story, or are, in a lot of cases, probably never develop it to begin with, because they're bad at telling the story. I thought Idania was good, though. I think they did a good job with the story in it. I like when they do quests, when there's a dialogue, and like you're running from area to area, and you gotta quickly kill these designated mobs while the NPCs are yapping, and then you go to the next one. I think that's way better than forcing somebody to sit there beside an NPC while the NPC yaps your ear off, and you can't do anything in the meantime. People just don't have the attention span to sit there and listen to a NPC yap. Although you guys do it with me all day. Just pretend it's me, chat. Wrath of the Lich King, in my opinion, was one of the best expansions. I had so much fun with that shit. The story of Arthas and all that shit, they did an amazing job with that story. Cataclysm was solid too. And then I think Cataclysm and everything after that, just, I don't know. I was a lot less involved in it at that point. That was around the time I quit. I heard that Mists of Pandaria or whatever, made a comeback in regards to story. But I never played it. Mop was hated just because of Panda characters. Hey, I love Kung Fu Panda. What are you doing, my son? Succeeding you. Arthas so cold. Is that like all his lines? I don't know. Maybe it is kind of like Sephiroth, where the story was actually shit, but everybody was so hyped about the character. Because like Sephiroth in Final Fantasy is... Yeah, there's not really much story there. He doesn't say shit. But everybody thinks he's like the coolest character ever because he has a big long sword and long hair. There's more in the remake, is there? That's another game that I would really like to play. Did they ever come out with part 2 of it? I remember it was just like the first part. Ooh, there's still no part 3? Shit. Maybe that's what I'm waiting for. All 3 parts to come out. Is number 3 supposed to be the last? Ever played Crysis? A super, super long time ago. I never played through it. I'm over talking about it, Ace. We've talked about it enough. Legend of Dragoon. I remember that name, but I don't remember it. Not much of a legend then? Yeah, apparently. My favorite RPGs was like, obviously, the earlier Final Fantasies. Final Fantasy VII was just the one that kind of got the game, the the brand mainstream. But I really liked the earlier ones. Chrono Trigger, Shining Force. That was a fun game too. Dragon Warrior? Or was it Dragon Quest? I can't remember. Maybe it was Dragon Quest. Fuck. Was there both? Okay, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. What's Quinn playing? Let's see. I don't even have my browser open. Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Oh, I remember you talking about this game. Why is he dressed up like a fucking clown? Oh my god. Jesus. Clown Day 7 of 7. Clown Week? Like, is Clown Week an actual thing? International Clown Week. The first weekend of August. Huh? It's not Clown Week. Here, bear back. Any good new player guides? Anybody have some links? I can't remember. I think BDO Foundry has some new player guides, right? Oh, that's true. It is all about to change. I wish we had some more information on the Olvia Academy. Wait, doesn't our loyalties expire this week? I should probably spend my loyalties on something. The Radiant Shikatu seals? I have 25 of those. Can I buy more loot scrolls? Yeah, I can. Yoink. Then I have 5 more. I can't buy anything with this last 5. Okay, and then loyalties. Well, what can you get with loyalties? Wasn't there a 50% coupon? I can't remember. How much was that? Or is that gone now? Oh, here it is. Oh. How do you get 1,300 loyalty? Is it through these specifically? Oh. I already got the 1+1 boxes. Do they still have that really, really, really good box? It was this one, right? Wasn't there a better box? You have a 1+1, do I? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's not enough, though. The times 25 is gone? Shit. See, and that's what I would have wanted to use that on. I could get that coupon and get this for half price. Can I use that thing for this? That 50% discount? God, that's still so much. Oh. Apparel only. Yeah. Well, what can I get for loyalty? I could get a 30-day blessing of a old moon pack. Ooh, I could get 2 costumes. Just for loyalty. I could get some stacks. Ooh, this looks intriguing. Ooh, resets every Monday. If I would have known that this resets every Monday, I would have been grabbing it every week. You can use the 30% coupon? I can, can't I? What's 30% off that, though? I don't feel like using my frickin' pearls on progression. I'm literally sitting on like 7 trillion silver. 30% off of 27 is just 90 bucks off, basically, right? So that's still like 18k pearls, 19k pearls. The fact you can buy this pack 15 times is fucking crazy. That shit's fucking crazy. What? At that point, why even have a limit? There's a weight increase in there. I already have that on this character. I'm pretty sure, at least. Ooh, I could get more Nader expansions. More pet presets, more artifact presets. I'm definitely buying both of those. Item collection scroll. Oh, I've been forgetting to buy these. Yoink. Yeah, and everything else. I got the weight. I already got my crystal restoration count ones. Enhancement supporter pack. Ooh, 150 artisans. And I think I get the Nader. Then that leaves me to 33,800. I don't know. Part of me is tempted to get the 30% discount and then just use it on this big thing. But it's like, what the fuck do I even need progression for? I already have so much progression. This would be for you guys, so you guys can watch me mulled over what a waste this is after the fact. What else could I use a 30% coupon? To be ready for more time gates. Exactly, right? I wish I could buy that coupon and not have it expire. K-pop outfits. Could get 30% off a K-pop outfit. Maybe an even better. You know what's going to happen is I'm going to buy the 30% coupon and then I'm going to forget I have it and then it's just going to disappear. But what else am I going to spend my loyalty on right now? The fuck? Get that Firefly bullshit off my screen! Get out of here! Thank you. Okay, shit, I guess I can't get the double pack now. I spent too many. Ooh, sailor presets in case I ever want to sail. Are sailor presets worth it? Are they useful or do you never swap sailors? We min-maxing? We're trying to figure out something to do with our loyalty. I think maybe I just buy the coupon and then I just hope next week something useful comes out that I can use the coupon on. +1 sailor? There's a sailor preset. Oh, captain's medallion? Is this good to have one extra sailor? Okay, we'll buy that. And I don't think we can afford the coupon anymore now, though. No. We're now priced out of the coupon. Okay, so now we have 26,800 more to spend. Maybe I just get both of these anyways. Storage or lodging? Yeah. Or a stable. I could get one of these. I think I'd rather get the lodging than the stable. Yeah, exactly. Permanent account stuff. The value keeps coming in forever. No, we didn't get hit with the blizzard. The wind was going fucking crazy though. But we didn't get an inch of snow. Okay, I think I'll grab the lodging. Now we have 6,900 left. Ooh, we can get 120 stack and then we're exactly empty. Ooh, a Supreme Old Moon box, some loot scrolls. I don't need a season ticket. Here, I'll be back, chat. Okay, so what did we decide on? There's not really many other options, right? Ooh, maybe I should buy these Maywell liquors. These could be useful. Okay, and then now we have 2,400 left. Oh my god. This is it. We're gonna need sharps, chat. We're gonna need sharps. Boom. 0. Man, it's already 4 o'clock. Where did the day go, chat? Where did the... Excuse me, where'd the day go? Ah. Hey, whose horse? Oh, that's my horse. Never mind. I was about to say, whose fucking horse is that? Oh, that's my horse. Never mind, chat. That's my horse. You yapped it away? Oh, fucking real. I have, haven't I? I fucking have. Too much yapping. Oh. It's been a long day, and you guys think your jobs are hard. Get out of here, Brownie. I know you've been here. I'm over it now. I've said my piece. Divios has picked up the torch. You asked Divios and he banned you? He didn't ban you. There's no way. Let's see. Oh yeah, banned 1 hour ago. Are you mad they removed Krons? Oh, he's mad. I don't think it was the question that made him angry. It's probably the follow-up statement. And ban him so he can ask again? No, I'm gonna get banned. I like having mod in other streams chats, because then when I see somebody acting like an idiot in my chat, I can see if they act like an idiot anywhere, or sorry, everywhere, or just in my chat. I can find out if it's personal or not. I was just bugging him, but all good. Yeah, you probably were. I think most of you guys just like fucking around. That's why I'm very light with my bans, and whenever I do, I just like time people out and shit, because I understand people are just having fun.
Is that the end?
down!
Yo, what is up, Archive? How you doing today? What was the follow-up? He just said, oh, he is mad. Divios doesn't like tomfoolery the way I flourish in it. The thing about Divios is, if he starts to feel like you're only there to fuck around, he'll just ban you. Yeah, I'm not trying to say whether the ban was justified or not. I'm not here to defend him. I'm not trying to defend you. I'm just saying what I've experienced with him in the past. But you don't really need sharps for the stone? No, now you can just buy that vendor, right? If sharps ever go over 5 mil, you just go to the vendor and buy the vendor item. And it's the equivalent of 5 mil sharps. Which is nice, because when things are impossible to go for, because the market is just like a million orders on the item, and then you have to go out and gather. Like, the idea, man, I was kind of depressed, because I did think for a little bit there that maybe I would have to go and do nothing but gather sharps for like the rest of the next 3 years. That sounded miserable. So it's nice that they added this. I think they doubled the amount of sharps you need as well, right? They doubled the amount of sharps, but now you have the vendor item. So you never have to worry about sharps being sold out. Which means I never have to go out and gather. Woo! That's a W. Yeah. And it's good to have price controls like that. I honestly think they should have them for the upper limits and the lower limits too. Like, I don't think it's good when things sit min price on the central market. I think you should be able to just vendor stuff. And I know this would contribute to inflation in a big way, but if something's sitting min price, you should be able to just vendor it for that same mid price. So this way you don't have this period of time where massive supply just builds up and builds up and builds up and builds up. So, and I thought, like, a good example of price control, I think, is probably, like, Imperial food crons, right? That kind of creates an artificial floor for food where, like, if it starts to get too unprofitable because of the market, then people will just say, fine, I'll just wait and just turn these into Imperials and hand them in over time. Yeah. I feel the same way, Multi. All it is now, if you go based off of the numbers that they gave us, it's like 3 bill a day you have to make sure you get. And that's obviously still speculative based off of their numbers, but 3 bill a day, it's like, okay, basically you could do your weeklies. Like, your weekly still covers most of your clicks, your weekly shrines and stuff. It makes it feel so much less meaningful. I'm not excited about it either. I like when there's items in the game that even the sweatiest sweat lords are going to be challenged to get. Right? That's going to require them a bunch of effort. Yeah. And in a free market that wasn't event-based, you would have that. But then you also have to increase the limits on items. And Pearl Abyss refuses to do that. Because then, yeah, the demand would go up, and there would be no supply, till eventually an item reached a price where people who were willing to do it started doing it, and then the market would solve itself. But that can only happen if there isn't these hard ceilings on markets, right? And Pearl Abyss, I'm not saying that they shouldn't have hard ceilings, but they refuse. Like, very rarely will they ever address a ceiling that's set too low. It would be nice if they had some type of flag system, red flag, that if something was sitting sold out with orders at max price for a long time, that it would like set a flag for somebody to investigate and be like, okay, we need to adjust this for the next month by 20%. And it would slowly, incrementally go up even further, right? So eventually you could have a situation where, you know what, maybe people would be willing to go out and do relics because it was just enough money. But Pearl Abyss doesn't want to do that. Yeah. I am feeling confident that that's the case, Multi. Just cheaper per click, but still a long-ass time. I've heard Divio say a couple times that apparently they said they're going to make the enhancement easier and less pities, but I don't know. I did not see that anywhere in there. Although I didn't read the English one, I was just reading the translated Korean one. So I don't know where he got that information from. Did they did say that? Okay. So it's cheaper per click, and a higher chance to succeed, and less pities. Here, I'm gonna read the English post after I kill this. Half the time I don't want to read what Google Translate is translating from Korean because I feel like they like to ramble on about nonsense enough to begin with, and then reading the translated version of that nonsense is just, it's a nonsense overload for me. So let me read the English one. Fuck, man. Why do they have to make their website white? Can we have a dark mode on the website? Just fucking flashbanged myself. Fuck. These fucking losers. Look at this. Look at my face, you guys. Look how brighter it gets. Fuck. It's so fucking bright when I open that shit. Okay, long time prevents since the initial difficulty. Yeah, moreover, blah 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 blah. However, blah 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 blah. Okay, the cost for one growth attempt at Shining level will be set to 3.3 billion, so that's a lot cheaper. Through these changes, Alchemy Stones will no longer be an item adventurers cannot attempt easily, so they're basically saying they want it to be easy. However, with this new approach, with the availability of sufficient core materials, Alchemy Stones may also be content that could be quickly completed with currency alone. For this reason, we will continue to limit the acquisition of core materials. I hate that shit so much. And then at the bottom it says updated success rates and ancient anvil values will be shared on the Global Lab this week. Did I miss it? Maybe it's in the top part. They do say since the initial difficulty of the Alchemone system was set quite high, our top priority for the Alchemy Stone update was to lower the difficulty while preserving the value of existing Alchemy Stones as much as possible. But I think they're referencing the system we have now, not the system that's on Global. Because both of these systems accomplish that. Moreover, we wanted to ensure that Alchemy Stones would no longer be difficult content... would no longer be content difficult to properly enjoy, but instead become a type of content with clear and meaningful value. For this reason, unlike what we previously announced, we made adjustments so that the Alchemy Stone could be used with the Vel's Heart. However, in the process of the update, we placed too much weight on preserving existing value and failed in sufficiently reducing the burden for adventurers. We sincerely apologize. I mean, we have decided to start from the beginning by redefining the very concept of Alchemy Stone and decided to revise our update. Okay, that's enough right there to say that they don't want it to be that difficult. But maybe they're just referencing the cost there. Old Shining cost was crazy. The thing is the old Shining cost was crazy, but I'm fine with it. That system was just tedious. I don't think there's an issue with something being high cost. I feel like there's an issue with something being super annoying. I think that's perfectly fine if it's high cost, if it's not annoying. Which is what I thought they were accomplishing with the previous system. The system that's currently on Global. I don't know. I guess we'll find out on Friday. It does appear there are some suggestions like they're going to adjust it, so. Hundreds of hours? That's an understatement. For a Shining, it's thousands of hours. And yeah, that system was awful. And I thought the situation was simple. Just make it so you can cron it, but just make it a fuckload of cron stones. Now it's not a tedious system. Oh, well. By another system gated by crons? What's the difference whether you go to the blacksmith for crons or you go to the old moon vendor for those Okila, whatever they're called? Or you go to the central market for sharps. At least with the sharps, you're providing a value to another player. It's kind of a nice way to buff gathering. But effectively it's the same thing, whether it's silver, whether it's something from a different vendor, or it's crons from the blacksmith. But they're all just representations of silver, right? I do like it being silver instead of crons, though, because... One second, let me try to get this costume. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't need him for anything again. But we got 2, baby. What was I saying again, chat? Oh, I do like that it's more silver than crons. I just think that they shouldn't have reduced the price. But having it silver instead makes it so if whales want to go for it, instead of whales being able to get everything they need from their blacksmith boxes, they will then have to start selling costumes. And selling costumes, whales selling costumes benefits the free-to-play player, you guys. Whales just swiping selfishly for themselves does nothing for you when they're buying blacksmith boxes, right? So, I 1000% like that they're making it more of a silver cost. What if they add this shit to blacksmith boxes? Well, it doesn't matter. Whales can still swipe for it, right? Because they made it so cheap, whales can just get it from their blacksmith boxes. Because when whales swipe for crons for their other gear, they always end up with leftover memory fragments, and they sell those memory fragments. So they can swipe for all the stuff they need for their Sovereign and their Adania armors, and then the excess memory fragments they sell to go for their Alchemy Stone. You guys don't get involved in the transaction still, right? Because they made it too cheap. Or it appears they're making it too cheap. Crons are just an extension of Silver, Brownie. If they changed every single enhancement you did in the game, so it no longer used crons, but it used the equivalent amount of silver, nothing changes other than you no longer having to go to the blacksmith to buy the crons first. That's the only thing that changes. If you want more costumes to the market, you don't need to get rid of crons. Guess what? If there's no crons, then there's no reason to sell costumes to the market. You know what the problem is with costumes not hitting the market? Is the gamble boxes, the blacksmith boxes. Because before the blacksmith boxes existed, whales did sell costumes. Outfit melting removes the free-to-play player? No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? Whales don't buy costumes for themselves. They buy the gamble boxes. When whales buy costumes, they sell the costumes if they have things that they need to spend silver on. That's why you need things for the whales to want to spend silver on. That's why the new Alchemy Stone was good, or would be good, if it was the original price, but just silver. But now that they made it cheap and just silver, it's not going to accomplish that goal. Because the whales can get enough silver just by selling gamble boxes. Or selling the memory fragments they get from their gamble boxes. It literally is. You can quite literally just go to the blacksmith and buy crons. It quite literally is silver. I can prove it to you. I can go walk to the blacksmith right now and buy crons. So trying to pretend like it isn't is... I could quite literally do it right now. You want me to immediately prove you wrong? I don't think you need me to do that. You know that the crons are there on the blacksmith, right? Whether it's your point or not that you're trying to make, the fact that it exists still makes it true. That bronze and silver are just different representations of each other. Yeah. Oh, for sure, Veltus, for sure. For the exact same reason too, Veltus, if costumes didn't give you a lower cost per cron than blacksmith crons, then nobody would buy them for the exact same reason, right? That's why costume crons are cheaper than vendor crons. Otherwise, people would just say, fuck the whales. Why would I want to give the money to a whale when I could just go to the vendor and the whale then has to play the game? People would just buy it from the blacksmith anyways. You have to have an incentive, right? What about making crons sellable on the market? They are. It's called costumes. What are you saying? How much silver am I getting these days? I don't care. Ooh. You know me, I'd get those purple crons, Veltus. And they would be the premium crons for sure. What if we make an item when melted turns into crons? True, and we could sell it on the Pearl Shop. No way costumes disappear with 0.1 seconds? Oh, they do. It's because the notification that a costume gets listed is delayed. In fact, if you have the mobile app, if you have the Central Market app installed on your phone, you will often get a notice that something's being listed before you do in-game, before you see it pop up on screen on game. So, yeah, things sell fast because there are people who are sitting there waiting, and they're quite literally doing this. Right? They are quite literally just doing this, waiting for one of those zeros to hit 1 or higher. So if you're not actively doing that too, they will always beat you. Because every single costume you win is effectively 900 million silver in your pocket. So if you get, 3 costumes an hour, that's like the equivalent of just sitting there grinding. I personally think it shouldn't be costumes that get sold on the market. It should be costume tokens that get sold on the market and can be melted into crons. So everybody can have an order on a costume token, and then everybody has a fair chance at it when it gets listed. And then if somebody wants the token for a costume, then they can go to the market. They can open up the Pearl Shop and exchange it for any costume they want, if they want a costume to wear. 30,000 pre-orders versus 1,000 sold. Yeah, there'd be tons of orders, but at least everybody would have a fair chance, right? If you want costumes to be more available, then you want more things for whales to need silver for. Because right now, whales don't need silver for things. Whales need crons. And if they're going to get crons, they're not going to buy costumes and melt them down. Whales buy the gamble boxes. Because these are way more efficient for crons than the costumes are. Unless there's a giga box. But usually the whales are then doing those. And then they still have silver because they get the stacks from those, right? So it's not even like the whales then need silver to buy stacks from you to do their clicks. No, while they're gambling for these boxes, they're also getting their stacks. And they're also getting memory fragments. So they're getting the memory fragments they need to repair, they're getting the fail stacks they need to click, and they're getting the crons they need to click, and none of it goes to you. That doesn't mean they're not interchangeable, Berlin. Whales and silver are still this, or sorry, crons and silver are still just different representations of each other. That doesn't prove your point. The fact that they still have other avenues right now does not change that argument. So you can't just sit there like, hey, you proved my point, and that proves your point. I don't think you understand your point. I'm sitting here trying to mull over everything you typed. Your initial statement that I took issue with is you said, let me pull it back up. Maybe I misread it. You said, okay, maybe it was the context. Because part of what you said is that's the reason I don't agree people saying that silver and crons is the same. You can just buy it. It's literally not. Crons and silver are the same. Now, if your argument was for the alchemy stone, it's not the same thing. I agree. I don't think that the new alchemy stone should take crons instead of silver. I like that it's just silver. Because we want more things for the whales to sell. But with them making it significantly cheaper, that doesn't solve that, unfortunately. It doesn't make the whales want to sell costumes because they can still get more than enough money for their clicks because now they're making it so much cheaper. So I actually want them to also make it silver, but I still want it to be expensive. Otherwise, the whales have no reason to sell costumes. They just sell the memory fragments, the leftover memory fragments from the boxes like they have been. And they use that to click, right? Yeah, past Splendid. Just the last tier, right? Because the last tier is meant to be the whale bait. I don't want every tier to be expensive. Just the last tier. I thought the pricing was originally well done. Where Splendid was like the equivalent of a deck weapon, technically cheaper than a deck weapon. At 1.5 trillion, being the pity cost, I think it was, a Splendid is cheaper than a deck weapon at that cost on average, right? Because what's the average cost to make a deck weapon from the ground up? But I thought that was reasonable. I don't like the time gate still, but that's a completely separate argument. In terms of cost, though, I thought it was all appropriate. Yeah. And that's the thing, Berlin. I don't think there should be something that everybody can get. I think there should be stuff for the 0.1% player to just dump their silver in, to motivate them to grind. Something that really doesn't make a big difference. Is such a small amount of stats, but it's such an insane cost that, you know, it is something that you want to work towards and be able to show off once you get it, that you worked towards it. And yes, there will be some people who get lucky and they'll be able to show it off, even though, you know, you can make the argument they didn't earn it. But luck is luck. That's life. Some people get a better hand than you. It is what it is, right? But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't make things better. That doesn't mean that everything should be accessible to everybody, because then if everything's accessible to everybody, then everything has no value then. It's just boring. Things become exciting because they're exclusive, right? And people will try to make the argument like, oh, you want them to just cater to the 1.1%. Well, not just the 0.1%, everybody, right? Everybody. Give something to everybody to work on, but also the 0.1% should have something challenging to work on. We all want something to do. We all want some meaning in our game, right? Yeah, now they're just catering to luck. And, yo, I appreciate that, Berlin. I'm glad I went back and reread your message because I realized you weren't talking specifically about Krons having the same value. You were talking about how they interact with the alchemy system. So rereading your message provided that context. But yeah, to Multi's point there, and this is something that with Sovereign Weapon, I think is relatable, right? Because like with the Sovereign Weapon, you had the people who were lucky and got it day one, a deck Sovereign Weapon. But then you had the people like Chaos Silence, who got both of his deck weapons day one. But he didn't get lucky. He did a fuckload of work, right? And earned that. So it wasn't just the lucky people who got to show it off day one. He was able to say, hey, everybody, look at my weapons. I didn't get lucky, but look at, cool. I spent, what, 5 trillion silver on them? But now, like, the problem is when you have things time-gated and super cheap, is it's only the lucky people that get to show it off. And then by time people start hitting average, everybody's so desensitized to it, it doesn't matter anymore. You don't flex it anymore. In like, what's the average? 2 years from now? In 2 years from now, when people show it off, there's going to have already been a ton of people who linked it because they got lucky. And then the people who had to work for it, it's just not as meaningful. They don't get, they can link it, but nobody really cares anymore. So it deprives the people who are willing to put in the work the value of getting it day one, and only lets it be the lucky people. I would like both, Axtu. I would like both. But capped content has its own problem. Sorry, uncapped content has its own problems right now with all the DP builds, making it feel really, really shitty. RNG's a skill issue? True. Just gotta get lucky, right? That's alright. I've been getting unlucky with my Adonia armors, but when this system gets added, I'm gonna one-tap it. Boom. Instantly done. It's all gonna come back around. All that bad luck with my armors. First time in a while I saw a streamer actually debate, not flame chat. Crazy. Oh, just give me a chance. Where's Dragor? Dragor, where are you at? You need some flaming? Trust me, sometimes I get a little heated and I lose a little bit of rationality. And then later that evening I think about it, I'm like, yeah, I could have handled that better. And then I try to grow from it. See, I didn't type? Ah, fuck. I think we already established you're rent-free every time I ate, and that's 3 times a fucking day. These changes gonna downgrade every time? No. No. There's no downgrading. When you look at the English posts, it doesn't show any downgrading. They're getting rid of downgrading in the game. They realize that the last thing people want to do is put in work and go backwards in progression. It already feels bad to work to click something and not get it. Yeah. If you take a look at my pinned message, that's the English version now. And yeah, the translated version made it kind of flaky, shaky, quaky. Now you don't put in the work and don't go back. Fucking multi, man. So true. It's just now one of those things, multi. It changed from one of those things like, okay, log in every 5 days, do your riffs. Log in every 7 days, do your Adonia clicks. Your AFK fishing and your weekly bosses will sustain most of your cost. But it's good that it doesn't cost crons. It should have just cost a fuckload of silver. There's a song command at any point if you want to know what's playing. This is Skillet. Yeah, I was gonna say I thought I recognized the voice. This is just Spotify auto playing right now. This isn't even my playlist actually. So much yelling today. There's so much to talk about. Well, it sounds like they're doing both. They're reducing the cost per click and increasing the success chance and reducing the pities. Oh, it's going to be way less than that. Just based off the reduced... Even if they didn't reduce the... even if they didn't touch the enhancement chance or the pities, them going from... What was it? 12 bill a click down to 3.3 bill a click is already dramatically reducing the cost to, like, what, 3 trillion silver. But they also said on top of that, they're going to reduce the pity cost. Or the... Sorry, they didn't. It almost feels implied that they're going to reduce the chance. Was it 3.3 to 16 to 3.3? Let me pull the page back. Flashbang! Where is it again? Oh yeah, 16 down to 3.3. So that's actually less than a quarter. That's even fucking worse. Oh my god. Should have been 16 billion silver. Yeah, AFK phases in general, like, they're lame, but I think they're meant to be lame, right? It's meant to give you a break so you can get up, go to the bathroom, go grab a drink. Still pretty pricey. Only if you had to do all those taps or could do all those taps immediately. The fact that they are just going, that you're time gated, makes it significantly less pricey. Because it's just a slow... Just a slow drain, right? It's just like a subscription. I was excited though to have something that could eventually eat up all my wealth if I didn't stay on top of my grinding. I was excited about that. Now I just continue hoarding more and more. The thing is, it was meant to be an item. I shouldn't say it was meaning, but it looked like it was an item that was for the 0.1% to have something to dump their wealth into. Not every player has to go for it, right? It's okay to have items that are inaccessible then to the vast majority of the player base. That's okay. Can we get one more? No. Maybe someone will sell a Shining? Well, that's what I'm thinking now, Multi. Whatever the new price ends up being, I mean, people sold Pen Fallen Gods. If they're going to increase the chance and... even if they proportionally decrease the price, right? If they reduce the cost per click down to less than a quarter, and they're going to increase the success chance and reduce the pities, it'll probably be like 1 trillion on the market instead of 10 trillion. At that point, fuck. Maybe it'll definitely be one of those things where I just put an order up. I put an order up while I continue to grind and try to make my own. Because someone definitely will sell it. Do I run out of loot scrolls? No, it's like impossible to run out of loot scrolls. I really wanted them to announce Adania Part 2. I was disappointed. But I don't know, I kinda got over it. I'm back to torment you. Are you excited? Oh, man. Thursdays are about to be miserable again. Hey, on the bright side, Ronan, I got one enhancement while you were gone. I pitied my helmet. You couldn't stop the pity, you bastard. Wait, it's gone? What's gone? Oh. You guys have been fucking with me too much today. I needed a break. None of the redeems work right now. I disabled all of them. I was getting baited into yapping, and then yeah, there's a little bitch right there. Right in the middle of your messages, Ronan. That's the guy to blame right there. You see him laughing? You see him giggling? Oh my God. For me, it's a case of the Thursdays. Every Thursday pisses me off. And we're almost at another Thursday. It's Wednesday this week? No, it'll still be Thursday. For you guys, it's Wednesday nights. That's when the weekly resets happen, but I don't click until Thursday morning. But maintenance being early doesn't mean that the weekly resets happen earlier. They still happen at the same time. I was just so excited to start spending some money. I was excited to potentially see my silver supply hit 0, and then I have to start actually melting costumes. The costume supply will continue to grow. Yeah, this is Sage, Awakening Sage to be specific. Is it fun to play? I really like it. It's my favorite class in the game. You're a noob? We all were at one point. And Dragor still is today! I'm thinking about you, buddy! Oh, shit. I hope you fucking smiled when I said that. I hope your feet started kicking under your chair. How hard is it to play? Nothing in this game is hard. Relative to each other, there's some differences, but all classes in this game are pretty simple. And your first class, I think one of the things most, I'm speaking for myself specifically here, but I think a lot of people would agree, is when you're a fresh palette coming into any class, it's a lot easier to learn it and pick it up. Some classes are play so differently than others that sometimes it's actually harder to swap from one class to another than it would have been to just learn that other class originally. Ninja's not hard. Once again, relative to each other, compared to Guardian, yeah, it's more APM, but no classes are hard in BDO. And Ninja's way easier than it used to be. That shit has infinite protection now. Awakened Ninja just sits and lingers forever now. Now, what takes more effort in BDO isn't learning your class. So, here's some knowledge for you guys. The thing that separates the very good players from the rest has very little to do with how well they play their class, and has way more to do with how well they know your class. They have good class knowledge about everything they fight. They have great situational awareness and reflexes. How good they are at their class is a small portion of the reason why they perform as well as they do. And Armin is obviously a super knowledgeable player, right? You just listen to the way he casts tournaments. Like, he knows classes intimately. You already thought he's clueless? Yeah, I'm screenshotting that and sending it to him. I don't know why that would matter anyways. It's 5 o'clock. I should call it here. We've had a long stream today. We've had a big old yap sesh, you guys. A big old yappity yap sesh. A big old yappity yap sesh. So let's see, where do I send you all today? Maybe I send you guys to Mr. Pinks. He's been streaming for 3 hours though. I wonder if he's going to stream for much longer. I'm going to send you guys over to Pinks. Divios? Actually, you know what? Yeah, Divios is doing a ton of yapping about the Alchemy Stone thing. Maybe I'll send you guys over to Divios. I know you guys are, you're enjoying these conversations today. He's cutting? Oh shit. Oh no, he's raiding me! And I'm raiding him! Oh fuck, abort! Quick, let's raid someone else before he raids me. Quick. Quick, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here before he raids me. No! Let's go! Fuck you! We're out of here, bitch! Oh, goddamn! Damn it! Why is it showing me? Dismiss. There we go. Bye, later. See you later, bitches!